Microphone check, sound check.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Wow, full house for the last one of the, hopefully we get out of here before summer break, but if it's anything like the last one, we'll see. Okay. Call order the meeting here at 9:32. Thank you very much for everybody for attending in person. I'd ask for a motion for adoption of the agenda as presented, please. Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, Jaden, my thing is not working here. That July 14th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. We'll get into the serious debates here shortly, but we'll move that right to a vote, please. Perfect. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to start this morning here with, we have some couple of late additions as well for speakers, but presentations, delegations, and announcements. I'd invite Daria to the microphone for a presentation from the Rotary Club, please. I'm sure you are well aware of the rules, so you have 5 minutes, but happy to hear what you have to say, and then we'll open it up for questions from council after that. Please go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
That's good. I'm just going to wait for my slides to appear. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Daria Slokar, and I'm here on behalf of the Rotary Club of St. Albert Peace Action Group to introduce the International Cities of Peace Initiative and the work we're doing to facilitate an application for St. Albert to become an International City of Peace. Today, we're asking Council to support the application and to continue working with us as a community partner. The foundation of this initiative is positive peace. It recognizes that peace is not only the absence of conflict, it is creating the conditions where people feel safe, included, and connected, and where communities can thrive. That is why this initiative aligns so closely with municipal priorities around quality of life, community safety, and well-being. An International City of Peace is a community that intentionally works, An International City of Peace is a community that intentionally works to increase safety, prosperity, and quality of life for all residents. Becoming a city of peace is not a claim that community is free from conflict or challenges. It is a public commitment to continually build a stronger, more connected, and more peaceful community. International Cities of Peace believes peace is built most effectively at local level, where people understand community needs and can work together to address them. For St. Albert, this designation would recognize the good work already happening in our community and help connect it under one shared vision. The Rotary Club of St. Albert is a registered peace building club, and our Peace Action Group is already supporting peace building through education, dialogue, service, community connection, and partnerships. We're building on a strong Rotary foundation, local initiatives already underway, and community relationships that can support a strong City of Peace application. While Rotary is facilitating this application, the initiative is not intended to belong only to Rotary. Our role is to help initiate, organize, and support the process so the application reflects the strengths, values, and aspiration of St. Albert as a whole. Each City of Peace develops a plan and commits to ongoing actions that strengthen peace within the community. Our vision is for St. Albert to be a compassionate, inclusive, and resilient community where peace is built through service, dialogue, belonging, and shared responsibility. The plan has 3 priorities: connect and empower community, advance peace building, reconciliation, and well-being, and build sustainable peace partnerships and leadership. The goal is to make this a practical, community-based, and sustainable initiative. Community support is already beginning to grow. We have received letters of support from the Order of Eagles, Lions Club, the African and African Descendants Friendship Club, and the Chamber of Commerce. And our plan is to continue engaging service groups and community partners as we move forward. Municipal participation is an important part of a strong application, and this is where we see an opportunity to work together. What we're seeking is support, partnership, and alignment, so the application reflects both community leadership and municipal support. There are several practical ways the city can support this initiative, including a support letter and proclamations, connections with Youth Advisory Committee, and collaboration for the local government youth program, visible peace displays, joint communication where appropriate, and participation in an annual updates to keep the work aligned. This initiative is valuable for the city because it supports council priorities around community well-being, safety, and quality of life, and it provides community-led way to strengthen partnerships, build civic pride, and make St. Albert commitment to peace and belonging more visible. Momentum already exists through Rotary and other partner organizations' leadership and initiatives, and by partnering now, we can strengthen the application and help make peace building more visible, coordinated, and sustainable in St. Albert. We're currently at step 3, municipal engagement. The next step is to finalize and submit the application for St. Albert to become an international city of peace. In closing, this initiative is about recognizing what already makes St. Albert strong, while creating a shared framework for continued action. Our ask today is for council to support the application to become an international city of peace and continue working with us as a community partner. Together, we can help strengthen St. Albert as a more peaceful, inclusive, connected community where everybody belongs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daria, for the presentation. I know we chatted a couple of weeks ago about this, certainly in support of it. Peace is never a bad thing, obviously. And so thank you very much for the initiative. I will open it up to some comments and questions from council, and I'll start with Councilor Bermanski, please.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting today, and thank you for all the people that joined council in support. There's nothing we need more than peace in the community right now, that's for sure. So the question for me is the application. Who is the application sent to? Who approves the application?
So there is an organization called International Cities of Peace, and they have a board of directors that reviews application and assigns the municipality as a city of peace.
Okay, and where is this located?
Their board members are from all over the world. So if you look at their website, they're in, Barcelona, Spain, like United States, nobody from Canada, so there's opportunity there. But their board members are from all over the world.
Okay, and so you could perhaps join the board at some point, but I just want to be a little bit more familiar with the organization.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So yes, I could potentially join the board, or really any member that comes from a municipality that is that has designation as City of Peace. And again, like, they welcome communities to be part of the network, right? So it's a network of cities that then work together to multiply the impact of peace building initiatives in each community.
Okay, and how many cities are there?
There was 480. Just this morning, I saw another city that became a City of Peace. On July 1st, City of Edmonton became a City of Peace. So I was part of the team that worked on that application.
Okay.
And then also City of Calgary, Victoria, Surrey. So there's quite a few cities in Canada that are cities of peace. So St. Albert would be joining 480 other cities around the world.
Okay, and my last question at this point in time, you're just asking for a letter? Okay.
Yes, just for letter and really awareness for council. As I mentioned, there are opportunities to collaborate and continue to collaborate with different departments that already do amazing work with community as we proceed with different initiatives. But all we're asking for is support and endorsement and opportunities to collaborate in the future as we proceed.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councilor Cortash, please.
Hey, thanks, Daria. Good to see you again. Yeah, letter of support and endorsement, I think, is pretty easy. Who wouldn't want to be a city of peace? Are there any other implications for the city, or what would be the expectations for the city to participate in this program moving forward, other than a letter of support?
So we're starting this with other community partners with understanding that we're going to use our volunteer hours and fundraising to support initiatives. So T-shirts that we're wearing today are part of our fundraiser specifically for peace building, but our Rotary Club also does other fundraising. So you can follow us and support us through fundraising. As a city, we're asking for, Mayor Olivieri, as well as past Mayor Heron already provided proclamation in the last week of February, making it Rotary Peace Building and Understanding Week. And then during that week, we do peace literacy program in schools. Once we hopefully, become a city of peace, it's proclamation that is related to that, attendance at the different events. It would make sense to communicate together. There is an opportunity for us to do some work with Council Youth Advisory Committee, because I know that committee is always looking for ways to get involved in the community. So we're hoping to build more of a youth ambassador program so that youth can talk to youth. I have to accept the fact that I'm getting older. So, we need youth. So that's really it. Like, if there is a meeting where community stakeholders are invited for Rotary and Peace Action Group to be invited as well, we want to be part of continuing to make this community strong. So if city in the future sees an opportunity for funding to give us to do a particular piece of work, we would not say no to it. But at this time, we're not initiating this with any expectation like that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And obviously, as we chatted about earlier, no reservations in sending a letter to support this. So thank you very much for the initiative, and certainly appreciate you being here this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep you in the loop as we proceed.
Appreciate it. Okay. One slight interjection here. We're going to invite Michael Sands and Bob Fisher to the mic. I have some reservations about this. I just found this out last night before I could protest it when it was too late. So I'd invite you to the mic for your presentation regarding the soapbox, but please go ahead when you're ready. Just press the there you go.
Best test. This is very lighthearted and should be quick. Fountain Tire Soapbox Derby from St. Albert. We had this year had a bit of a rain out, but we had a great time on the Friday night, and we pushed through so many racers. And we were actually, with our new Derby Net timing system, we were able to determine winners from the time that we spent on Friday night. Of course, we had to cancel because of the rain. It was just intense on Saturday. It's not fair to the volunteers, but we're really here just to thank council and the mayor for the support. City of St. Albert has just been awesome helping out the Soapbox Derby. And Bob Fisher is the director currently. And of course, I'm the head sponsor. So one thing that did happen is that we had a race. Mayor Scott and I had the executive race down the hill. I would love to tell you that it was close. I would love to tell you that from the moment we left that stand, we were neck and neck, and we were tight all the way to cross the finish. I would love to tell you that. I can't. I lost. And so my job here is to present the VIP championship to Scott. And I must admit, Mike Killick is in the audience. Wave, Mike. There he is. And he actually was the winner last year. It wouldn't be a bad idea if he was welcome to come down. Can we present the trophy to you and get a quick picture?
Please do.
And,
Yeah.
so come on down.
And
thank you.
I'll be completely honest. I had significant reservations going down that hill in a police car soapbox, trying not to flip it and wearing a fire helmet. So I think I'm going to retire one for one, and we'll move.
Back next year. You have to come back next year. And you were going 37 kilometers an hour. So that was not a small feat going down that hill.
The fastest on record. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please come down for a picture. Thank you. Again, thank you very much. Sincerely appreciate it. And a wonderful event in the community. Obviously with, the kids that come out that have no fear, which is great to see. Oh, there. Let's look go on. Oh, man, I'm just collecting that. Jeez, this poor city. Okay. I won't belabor this anymore. I will invite Mr. Steve Gould. I don't believe, oh, is Mr. Wilson, would you like to present as well or just Steve? Okay, thank you very much. Regarding the St. Albert Soccer Association 7v7 facility presentation. So when you're ready, please go ahead.
Obviously presented to council previously. I've brought along a couple of people that are helping me. Nick Wilson from Sport Investment Group, that deep experience in building and managing facilities like this. And Greg McIntosh, who's on a committee with me. He's been at this a lot longer than me. And some board members and president, executive director, although I think Rotary's got us outnumbered, so that's not very good. Previously, we presented the concept to council. We were grateful to get a 7-0 supportive vote to move forward to the next stage, which was to get with administration and work through some due diligence items. We're pleased to report that that has been completed. Over the last few months, we've provided all documents required to complete that step. That included financial review, technical review, business planning, a risk assessment, long-term operating model, and working with administration. We have delivered all of that successfully, and I believe a report from administration is imminent for council. What we do today, we rent facilities all over the place. So we, in particular, the big one we rent is, we call it the Player Development Center, PDC. It's in Real Park. It's from a third-party landlord. Unfortunately, the landlord wants the space back in the fall of 27. So we are pushing hard to establish our own facility to replace that. We also lease the SASA directly, and also through our teams lease all types of indoor facilities all over the city of Edmonton, the capital region, school gyms, all sorts of things. So we're spending all kinds of money elsewhere. What we're proposing to review, I think most of you are familiar with this, is sort of a summary of the model. It's a new 7-a-side facility attached to the current clubhouse on the existing lands that are dedicated to that use. It would be a city-owned facility. We would make the debt service payment as a lease payment until it's extinguished, at which point it would go to $1 a year, similar to the existing clubhouse that we've operated for over 50 years, I think. I think Greg might have laid the foundation stone for that thing, actually. So it creates a community asset that benefits a large number of St. Albert constituents and stakeholders. Business model is based on existing member demand, existing program revenues, and facility expenditures, and our operating experience. So to be clear, there's a couple ways. I was brought in because I have a little bit of experience underwriting commercial real estate finance for the last 20 years. I would view this, I would look at it a couple of different ways. I'd look at it from an income and expense perspective, which we've done. We've modeled that. We've had that reviewed by an external CPA. But also on existing expenditures. So right now, we are spending approximately that loan payment on third-party facilities. We are operating them, we're paying the utilities, we're staffing them. So We know exactly what we're doing. We have the infrastructure to do it today. What we're proposing is to take that in-house per se, create a city-owned asset. I think it's a very unique model where we're paying for most of the association and its members are paying for most of that facility. These are just some quick pictures of the facility. Pictures worth 1,000 words. So field 1 is being moved a little bit to the west to accommodate the 7-a-side facility attached to the current clubhouse. Some better pictures here. So something like this, where the clubhouse is extended to attach to the new field house. It does not infringe on the rugby field. We have a great relationship with them, but it does not infringe on it. We'll probably try to remodel the exterior of the existing clubhouse a little bit. This is a view, if you can imagine, the 7-a-side facility attached to the left side of this building. On the lower left, you can see big windows for our training facility, our gym area that is part of it. And just an overall picture. We've improved the parking, the traffic flow, an indented or bus stop, I guess. And this is the floor plan. So you can see some offices and a gym area in between the existing clubhouse and the new field house. And this also opens up a much bigger banquet facility or lounge facility for increased revenue opportunities, especially overlooking the new turfed field, which can be used a whole bunch more than grass. So we've got, I guess at the end of the story, no ongoing operating subsidy from the city is required besides the upfront grant. And much more increased recreation capacity, tournament opportunities, and economic activity attached to it. So we're ready to proceed. And what we're looking for is, I'm sorry, I'm going to blast through this. We're looking for council's favorable vote to proceed with the project subject to administration's report, which we understand is imminent, receipt of a fixed price bid from a qualified contractor that fits within our budget, and administration to approve the final design and SASA to operate the facility going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I know we've chatted about that a number of times actually since this new term started. Is there any questions from council regarding the facility? Councillor Hughes, please, if you'd like to start. And I know we'll have some questions for administration after this, but these are just questions for the presenter.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you came before, you were discussing, and so just forgive me if I missed some of this. Before you wanted a grant or us to actually finance it for you. Now you're just looking for the grant and you're gonna get your own financing, correct?
No, we'd still like to access the provincial funding facility.
Okay, so if we don't agree to that, can you still do it without it?
Gonna be a whole bunch tougher. The commercial finance rates will be significantly, materially higher than your rate.
Right, so have you done the numbers without having the city do this? Because the city doing a loan for someone else is extremely unusual.
It's not, it's a loan for you though. This will be a city-owned asset. We're simply
Yeah.
paying the debt.
I know that, but what's the intention is not directly for us. So have you looked at whether or not the numbers would work if you did it with a commercial?
I don't believe it's commercially viable that way,
I see.
just from my experience.
Okay, and so you've ran those numbers?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Romancy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Would you be able to just email us that presentation
course.
for review? Kind of skipped over the numbers page there kind of quickly and whatever, but I appreciate you doing all this and bringing it to us again. So for us to digest and hopefully
No
see
problem.
where we can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we've chatted about it, just I guess for information for everybody. The city-owned asset versus being a St. Albert Soccer Association asset obviously changes the numbers and the business plan. With is it fair to assume the escalation of soccer and the popularity of it, there's a necessity for it, obviously, for an indoor? Does 7v7 facilitate the demand in the city for it, like that you're seeing currently? And do you see that it will draw more than just what we need here in St. Albert, but outside communities to come in and utilize the facility going forward?
Yeah, outside communities would love to use this facility, but I believe it will be fully at capacity with our use. We are currently using the PDC on a full-time basis, so that activity will move to this facility. The upside is that this facility is larger and can accommodate 2 to 4 teams training at a time as opposed to 1, depending on the age group. So there's increased utilization, increased revenue capacity. I don't think we're gonna have to look outside the city to max out this facility. Because you have to understand, we're already renting this space. We're just doing it in different locations and less convenient.
And
Does that answer the question?
my last question would be, what about utilization by the school boards when it comes to the soccer programs?
Yeah, so St. Albert Soccer currently helps with the school academies throughout the city, and they are looking for space. We anticipate them utilizing the space during the day. And we've had some conversations about that. So I think there will be plenty of daytime use in addition to the prime time. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, I believe, has an additional question, please.
Yeah, thank you. A couple more just came up in my head. So what level of teams will be using it? Will it only be the elite teams or will
No.
it be, no, it'll be intended for,
Grassroots up. Yeah.
okay, because I'm understanding that on the grass, it's more just the higher level teams.
So on field 1, as I showed you, it's currently a grass field. And so, yeah, that's just higher level teams because we try to maintain that field in pristine shape for higher level competition. But this facility is obviously artificial turf, indoor turf. And so it'll be all types of teams using it.
Okay, and I'm not sure if you brought that forward to, I'm at minute, because it's in the report yet, but did you also include what percentage of your players are from St. Albert versus not in St. Albert in the analysis or no?
Yeah, we've provided that to administration, I
Okay.
believe, 75, 80%, 85, 85%.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
We do have some additional follow-up questions, but just to maybe tag along to that one. There are larger facilities. I know we've talked about that. You go to an 11v11. The increased cost going from this facility, is there even a possibility to go bigger? Or this is at capacity?
This is predominantly a training facility, so there won't likely be a lot of games in here. It's predominantly training. The 11-a-side, I don't know that we have positioned that on the existing land. I think that might be tough. That's a second project that we're sort of not addressing today. Yeah, we could look at that, but I think it would be tough on that particular piece of dirt.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Bermanski, please go ahead.
Thank you. One last question. Do you have any sponsorship opportunities or have you looked into that?
We will, and there's a small amount in the budget for that on the revenue side. So Nick in particular has deep experience in monetizing recreational assets, which SASA hasn't done a great job of in the past. So there's going to be a more holistic view. Once this is approved, we're going to look to monetize various things, package up sponsorship opportunities with the existing facilities, the new facility, our ADP team, or APL team, sorry. I think there's opportunities there. We've had those discussions, but we're going to package it up into, it's similar to when you sponsor with the Oilers or something, you might get the boards, you get a box, you get some radio, whatever. So it's going to be a package and we're going to work on that next.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, Councillor Cortesh, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation today. Although I was aware of the project, this is the first time I've seen the plan, seen it like that. I'm going to piggyback onto one of the mayor's questions. I guess my first reaction was that it seems pretty tight, like the space is really tight. And I was thinking, well, is there a desire to build a bigger facility, 11 versus V11, that kind of thing? I'm trying to articulate this. Like, are both of those facilities required? Or if we had the option to build a bigger facility somewhere else on a different location, would that eliminate the need for this facility? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I understand there's advantages to having it at this site, and I don't mean to, obviously the board's come forward with this recommendation, but if we did it elsewhere, would that enable us to build the proper facility, I guess, or a facility that would be usable for more purposes?
Yeah, so we believe we can support two facilities. The Capital Region is in dire straits for indoor soccer facilities. We have a second project in the works, which is an 11-a-side, a full-size indoor facility. A little bit more complicated project. This is really, again, from an underwriting perspective, this one is very easy for me. We're simply taking a leased facility and turning it into an owned facility. Even though we don't own it, the city does. It's the same effect and it's the same business model as our existing clubhouse. We don't think that replaces the need for an 11-a-side facility. So that'll be another project coming down that we have worked extensively on already, but that's not what we're discussing. This is really a training facility to replace existing training facilities. The next stage will be a facility designed for competition, of course.
Yeah, I guess what I was getting at is this facility it's not a compromise given the hands that were dealt. This is an addition to, and something that's required regardless of, okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
we'll be coming back to council later with an 11-a-side proposal,
Okay.
but that'll be different.
Thank you.
I don't see any other councillors with questions. I know there'll be some for administration after this, but thank you very much for the presentation and being here this morning. So
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Ho. Okay, just being mindful that we do have a public hearing starting at 10:30. I would invite Regent Bychuk to the stand to present regarding concerns related to the Shiro neighborhood and Rain Road 260. And just before you start, just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute limit. You'll hear a bell at 30 seconds, not to scare you, but it just to be mindful of the time after that, we'll open up to questions to council. If there are additional questions for administration, we'll do that after. But please start when you're ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Regent. This is my husband, Brad. We live in the community of Shiro.
Just give it 1 second. I think Jaden's working on it down here.
Don't worry, Regent, Jaden will help.
I'm a little nervous.
Don't worry. Here you go.
All right, good morning. So I am here to discuss range road safety concerns and vehicle damage claim. Why I'm addressing city council? I'm here because I believe there are ongoing safety issues on Range Road 260 that have resulted in damage to my vehicle and continue to place a risk to residents. My claim has now been denied twice. I am asking council to review road maintenance practices, gravel size, lack of traffic enforcement, liability for damages, and public safety. Next slide. Next slide. Current safety issues, the speed limit is regularly ignored. Construction trucks and residents travel far above the speed limit. There is little to no traffic enforcement, and extremely large gravel becomes airborne when vehicles speed. Road maintenance on June 23rd, 2026. New gravel was placed over the road. Immediately after the gravel was laid, large rocks remained loose. The gravel had not yet been compacted, and vehicles began throwing rocks into oncoming traffic. This is some of the gravel that was placed on the road before it was compacted. Another picture. These are some of the sizes of the rocks that I went and picked up, which far exceed the measurements that are standard for gravel placement. Windshield damage. While driving the posted speed limit, another vehicle traveling on the freshly graveled road launched a rock and struck my windshield. The windshield is beyond repair and the replacement cost is $1,500. This is a picture of my windshield. As you can see, it kind of looks like it got hit by a baseball bat. Those are the measurements, and that is just kind of a comparison of the rocks that were laid on that gravel road while I was traveling and my windshield was struck. Factors that contributed to damage of my vehicle: fresh loose gravel that had been placed and had not yet been compacted. Large stones have greater potential to damage vehicles when propelled by traffic. Factors that contributed to my vehicle damage: the road not suited to current traffic volume. The roadway carries a high volume of daily traffic. Frequent vehicle travel prevents freshly paved gravel from being remained undisturbed. Oh. Shoot, something happened to my slide. Okay. The speed limit, vehicles regularly exceed it. Gravel specifications. The city has stated that the gravel meets specifications. However, the rock visible on the roadway appears significantly larger than would be more normally expected. For a finished driving surface on a public gravel road, specifications commonly reference well-graded crushed gravel, not large gravel cobblestones. General standards for gravel surface placement. The finished driving surface should consist of well-graded crushed aggregate containing a balance of mixed coarse aggregate, sand, and fines to achieve proper compaction. The aggregate should compact into a smooth, stable driving surface. Large rocks should not remain loose on the finished driving surface. Surface aggregate is typically much smaller than 3 inches. After gravel placement, the roadway should be graded and compacted, which what it was not. Loose, oversized rocks on the driving surface can increase risk of flying debris. Alberta transportates for transportation standards. They require it be well graded, crushed aggregate, free of oversized rock, organic material, clay clumps, and debris. The specifications use gradation rather than simply stating a maximum rock diameter. Material is used to pass. But these rocks measuring 2.6 to 4.2 inches Increase the vehicle damage, again, cracked or shattered windshields, chipped paint, damaged headlights, damaged vehicle bodies. These are my claim denial responses. I guess the main one at the bottom here, it just indicates that the gravel surface. So at the bottom, at the base, it should be 2.5 inches on the top. It should be 1.5 inches, so the bigger ones being on the bottom gives it a large, it's easier to compact. Why I disagree with my denials, I recognize that gravel roads naturally present a risk. However, I believe this incident resulted from more than one ordinary risk traveling on this gravel road. I documented multiple loose rocks measuring 2.6 to 4.2 inches in diameter. Immediately after gravel placement, my windshield was damaged shortly after the maintenance was completed. Range Road 260 is the only access for our community and carries hundreds of vehicles each day. Frequent speeding above 30 kilometers an hour further increase the force and distance of loose rocks can travel. I believe the damage to my vehicle resulted from a combination of unusual circumstances, including the presence of large rocks, heavy
Great.
traffic, and the condition of the roadway immediately after maintenance, not from normal risks associated from driving on a gravel road.
Regent, thank you very much for the
Thank you.
presentation. I would respectfully say I understand your concerns sincerely. I think there'll be some questions for administration as a result of your presentation. I'd open it up right now to council if there are any questions for Regent.
I was almost done. I only had two slides.
I appreciate,
appreciate you
yeah, I
saying.
appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think the questions will be directed more to administration after this. I know when it comes to the claim, that would be a discussion made in camera.
Okay.
But I don't see any questions at this time from council, so to yourself. So thank you very much for the presentation. We'll certainly take that into consideration when we ask questions to administration. So thank you very much for being here, both of you. And if it's possible, Regent, if we could get the slideshow emailed to us, that'd be fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along, I would invite Chelsea Mann to the podium regarding the St. Albert Children's Theatre as a St. Albert Children's Theatre participant regarding the restoration of the Children's Theatre program to youth actors. So give you a minute to set up. Just as a friendly reminder, there is 5 minutes. Be courteous. I'll do my best to be courteous of time, and we'll open it to questions after that from council. Thank you.
Do I have to push a button? No, very good. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I wanted to respectfully request an additional small amount of time. I think you'll see I speak very quickly. I likely will not go over my own time, which I see has started, unfortunately. I wanted to request maybe an extra moment to be able to speak about two people that gave me statements that are also involved in children's theater, one an alumni and one parent of a child in children's theater. If I may read their statements in advance of my own.
How long are the statements?
It'll be an extra maybe 90 seconds. And then my own is whittled down from 12 minutes to a full 5.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first one, this is not my statement. I received this from a SACT parent, a SACT meaning St. Albert Children's Theatre parent this morning. Some of the most wonderful memories I will ever have with their child was getting an opportunity to share the stage side by side and create the magic of theater together. The second one I'm going to read is from an alum. That's the first one. Second one I'm going to read is from an alumni who says, I am a St. Albert Children's Theatre SACT alumnus. I was active from 2002 to 2009 and returned for the 2024 season, remaining active today in 2026. My reason for coming back? I felt like SACT was giving away too many roles to children that were meant to be played by adults. In fact, I don't think kids should even be in St. Albert Children's Theatre. Someone needs to put a stop to this. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Well, that is exactly how ridiculous the movement to ban adults from SACT sounds to those of us on the inside. While it is understandable that parents want to advocate for their children, the divisive manner in which the issue was recently framed in the St. Albert Gazette is deeply unfortunate. Setting the record straight, I can say definitively, without a doubt, it has never been the goal of the adult alumni to take opportunities away from children. I have never walked into an audition demanding to be considered for a lead role. I simply want to participate, and I can speak for the other adults involved when they say they feel the exact same way. I'm going to skip some of this. My connection to the theater is deeply personal. I moved to St. Albert when I was 9 years old and faced relentless bullying in school. By the time I discovered SACT, I was a lost 17-year-old dealing with the intense peer pressure, searching desperately for acceptance. I wasn't a great singer or dancer, and I had zero stage experience, but SACT saw something in me. Over the next few years, I performed in 4 productions, didn't play the leads, but those were the most formative years of my life. Life after aging out at the program at 19 wasn't easy. Like many artists, I had to fight for my own opportunities. Years later, during the pandemic, I faced a severe mental health crisis while transitioning careers, lost my sense of worth because I wasn't performing. When I saw that SACT was accepting all-age auditions for Beauty and the Beast in 2024, it was the exact restart I needed. Reminded me of what I am capable of. The hiatus helped me find self-love, and SACT helped me find my voice again. I'm going to continue on to my own words now, if that's okay with council. That was a snippet
Yeah.
of the other participants.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll start the presentation now. Jaden, if you could please restart it. Thank you very much. You can go
I
ahead.
appreciate that.
And again, you'll hear a bell at 30 seconds, at which point after that, we'll open it to questions to council. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chelsea Mann. I am a wife, mother, homeowner, taxpayer, small business owner, and longtime community volunteer here in St. Albert. I have served on several not-for-profit boards, participated in many local organizations, and I have been an active member of the St. Albert Children's Theatre, or SACT. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm available to answer any questions after this statement. I am here because I was deeply disappointed by Councillor Hughes's comments, suggesting that adults are taking roles away from children in SACT productions. That statement is simply not true. I joined SACT in my 40s after auditioning for Elf the Musical. Every role I have been cast in has been an adult role. Fake Santa in Elf, the baker in Beauty and the Beast, and Sophie in Annie. I also understudied other adult characters because I was suited to the roles, not because I took opportunities away from other youth actors. Directors decide before auditions which roles are appropriate for adults and which are appropriate for youth. Adults are not competing with children for children's roles. We are filling adult characters that help tell the story authentically. Imagine a teenage Daddy Warbucks, or Miss Hannigan, or Buddy the Elf's parents. Those productions would lose realism, limit the shows that could be produced, and ultimately reduce the quality of theater available in our community. Councillor Hughes stated that adults are taking key roles from children and that parents are afraid to speak out. If parents have concerns about casting, those conversations should begin with the director, not become the basis for municipal policy without consultation or evidence. The reality is that SACT already provides numerous youth-only opportunities through camps, classes, technical theater, and spring productions. The winter productions are intentionally multi-generational because they reflect how theater works in the real world. Perhaps the greatest benefit adults bring to the performances themselves is mentorship. Our adult cast includes teachers, nurses, lawyers, therapists, artists, business professionals, parents, and community leaders. We model commitment, resilience, teamwork, and professionalism. For many youth, particularly those seeking positive adult role models, these relationships become incredibly meaningful. The youth often come to us for advice, encouragement, and support. They talk to us about school, friendships, family struggles, mental health, and personal challenges. We celebrate their success. We help them through disappointments and encourage them to keep growing. Just as importantly, they teach us. The relationship is one of mutual respect and is one of the most unique and valuable aspects of this program. The comments made publicly have had real consequences. Adult volunteers have told me they feel demonized, demoralized, and unfairly portrayed as people who are stealing opportunities from children. Nothing could be further from the truth. Theater teaches resilience. Not every actor, adult or youth, gets the role they audition for. Learning to accept disappointment, continue improving, and celebrate others' success is part of the experience. Removing adults from the program won't eliminate disappointment. It will simply diminish the quality of the productions and the mentorship that makes SACT so special. I also want to point out that our sold-out winter productions generate revenue that helps support many of the youth productions throughout the year. The success of this model benefits the entire community. Before speaking today, I spoke with many other adult members of SACT. Although these words are my own, they reflect a shared perspective. We all want the same thing, more opportunities for everyone. If the city wishes to expand adult theater programming, we would enthusiastically support that. But creating more opportunity should not come at the expense of dismantling a program that has successfully served generations of St. Albert families. I encourage council to reject changes based on misinformation and instead engage with directors, volunteers, parents, youth, and adults who actually make this program work. SACT is not adults taking from children. It is children and adults learning, performing, mentoring, and growing together. This is what makes it successful, and that is worth protecting. My ask today is that council dismiss this unnecessary motion, understanding that SACT provides 2 yearly productions, one of which is only available to youth actors. I ask also that the word children's be removed from the SACT acronym, rendering the name of the company as St. Albert Community Theatre, which is inclusive to all. I also ask that the city create and fund a 3rd yearly production open only to actors over the age of 18. I ask that the city restore appropriate funding to the SACT program, restoring the budget seen in 2022 with additional funding based on current rates of inflation. Finally, I ask that the St. Albert Gazette be required to print a full retraction and apology for the irresponsible journalism that resulted in the demeaning article run on July 4th, including an admission and apology from Councillor Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll start with questions here quickly with Councillor Bermansky. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try and remain positive in this conversation. Councillor Hughes is probably one of the kindest people on this council, and I mean, her intention was to help children. It wasn't to attack anyone, in my opinion. So I just want to make that clear. What was mentioned to me this year during the Children's Fest was the adults only production. And that was a special event that was placed within the Children's Fest that was only adult actors. And a lot of individuals came to me like, why is this adult production going on at a Children's Fest? So then we're expected to answer why this is interacted between the two. So we asked questions about that. And then at a later point, we were just advised that the name of the community, children's theater will be changed without any discussion prior. So we're trying to find the best of all worlds, but I believe that no one's trying to attack anyone, but we do have to answer to the public, to the children, and also explain to the public why there's adult productions in children's theater and so on. So I hope you can have some kindness towards Councillor Hughes, because the intent was definitely not, vindictive in any respect. So thank you for speaking to us. We are trying to find the best solution. And if you have, could you just explain to me why there was an adult production during the Children's Theater? That's probably where it all started.
I think that I thank you for your statements,
Yeah.
first of all, and for listening to what we had to say. I think the appropriate person to answer that question would be our director or some of the internal people within St. Albert Children's Theatre. I'm a participant, so I'm not going to speak to I was of course not involved in the name change. I'm not going to speak to that. What I will address of what you said is the idea of the intention of the statements in the article. These statements in the article, I'm not sure who read it or who didn't. It's on July 4th. It was printed on July 4th on the website. It's full of accusations and incorrect information about stealing of roles and these sorts of things that appears to have been done without any consultation or fact checking of any kind. So if I come across as negative or any of those things, I think if upon reading the article, if anybody were to put themselves in the position of the people that have worked so hard to provide mentorship to these kids and grow of our own momentum in a community that shouldn't be dictating where their services and who their services are for, that they should be inclusive to all. I think as a group, we don't appreciate being attacked in the way that we were in the article. And the word, if you read the article, the word attack is very appropriate. So.
One other comment with
Mhm.
regard to articles that are in the newspaper.
Yes.
They don't always come across as intended, just like an email wouldn't come across as intended. And sometimes we're reading between the lines and getting our tone in it.
Mhm.
So perhaps maybe just call, sometimes I feel like having a conversation with a council member ahead of the feelings that you're getting can be beneficial. So I hope that you will call me or call any of us at any time, because
Yeah.
the tone may not exist.
Sure. I
Okay.
recognize that. And I think that the call, maybe the type of conversation you're talking about would have been appropriate had a motion not been tabled in council to it felt a little underhanded to do it that way. So I would offer the same advice to Councillor Hughes. But I would also say, that the tone of a direct quote of a councillor in a newspaper article can't be misinterpreted. There, in that article, there's direct quotes about stealing of rolls and adults stealing from children from Councillor Hughes. There's no misinterpretation of those facts and direct quotes in journalism.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
into a little bit of personal stuff here and it's probably not appropriate.
Thank you. I was just gonna say, again, we don't write the articles, so
Sure.
I just want to remind you of that. And if you weren't present when the conversation, and not to point blame, obviously the Gazette is a significant part of council. I understand the passion and the emotion that's involved in that. However, I would reiterate what Councillor Romansky said is that this isn't, we're trying to find the right balance, and there's going to be a conversation later when it comes to the motion. However, this isn't an attack on adult opportunities. So I would respectfully remind you that we are gonna debate this. However, it was interpreted when the conversation happened was reported in the Gazette. Unless you were present to hear that, I would respectfully say I've been misquoted in the Gazette as well. So let's not take it verbatim.
I think that's where the potential for a retraction comes in, is if
And we can
Councillor Hughes
address- we
thinks
can
that she was misquoted, perhaps that
Yeah,
could
we can
happen.
address that. We can address that, absolutely, if Councillor Hughes believes that it was misquoted, but at this time, I don't believe there's any other questions from council. And again, thank you very much for the presentation. We will later in the agenda, we will have, I'm assuming we'll have some questions for administration anyways, based on the information provided. But at this time, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There. We're gonna move, apologies to Mr. Killick. I know he was registered to speak. We're gonna move to our public hearing here at 10:30. Just bear with me one second here. Get my gavel and try not to set off the panic alarm again. Okay, I hereby open the public hearing concerning the bylaw 19/2026 regarding the redistricting in Sherrill for first, second, and third reading. And bylaw 20/2026 regarding redistricting in Sherrill, exchanging locations of medium density and high density residential for first, second, and third readings. If there is any counselor present who wishes to declare any conflict of interest or pecuniary interest with respect to the public hearing, please let me know now. And I don't believe there is. Perfect. For today's public hearing, we will follow the procedures outlined in procedure bylaw 24/2022. First, we will hear from administration, then the applicant, and then the public regarding comment. Council may ask questions after each presenter has had the opportunity to speak. The applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak, and members of the public will each have 5 minutes as well. Any written submissions that have been received? Mr. Fletcher, has there been any written submissions? No, thank you very much. When there's no further information to share to the public, administration or the applicant, a motion will be made to close the public hearing. There is no debate on this matter nor a decision made on this matter until the public hearing is closed. Debate will occur on consideration of second or third reading of this bylaw. And we will now move it to administration for their presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, council. My name is Suzanne Roog, and I will be presenting bylaws 19 and 20 of 2026, both for redistricting within the Shiro neighborhood. The application for these amendments is being presented as two bylaws in order to differentiate the policy alignment within each part, and I will detail both within the presentation. The subject area is within the Shiro neighborhood, stretching between Shiro Boulevard and Ray Gibbon Drive, which is on the western side of St. Albert. The image on the left shows the location within the full city. The image on the right shows the extent of the area being reviewed today, outlined in yellow and overlaid over the satellite imagery. First, we have bylaw 19 of 2026. The hatched area on the map shown on the screen shows the extent of bylaw 19/2026. The Shiro neighborhood is part of the St. Albert West area structure plan shown on the left, which encompasses an area of approximately 1,035 hectares or 2,557 acres. The St. Albert West area structure plan was approved by bylaw 14/2024 and identifies the subject lands as neighborhood. Neighborhood areas contain low and medium density residential development and may include small scale commercial uses and neighborhood parks to be defined at the neighborhood plan stage. The Shiro neighborhood plan, shown in the map on the right, identifies the specific areas of low, medium, and high density, as well as park space and storm ponds. The Shiro neighborhood plan was formerly known as Range Road 260 Area Structure Plan and then later renamed as the Shiro Area Structure Plan. And following that, in September of 2024, as the two-tier plan system was implemented, the Shiro ASP was repealed and accepted as a neighborhood plan. When the Shiro ASP was repealed and replaced as a neighborhood plan, all of the previous land uses in the Shiro Area Structure Plan were carried over to the neighborhood plan. So firstly, bylaw 19/2026 is to redistrict from future urban development district to residential uses and park space. The current land use, future urban development, is a holding district until urban development occurs on the land. Approval of this redistricting would allow for the continued development of the Shiro neighborhood as planned in both the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan and the Shiro Neighborhood Plan. The image on the screen shows the existing versus proposed uses. The proposed districts within the subject area of bylaw 19 of 2026 includes laned lot residential, front back residential, small lot residential, and medium density residential. In this case, it would be specifically for townhomes, as well as public park. These districts are in alignment with the area structure plan and the neighborhood plan. Next, we have bylaw 20 of 2026, which proposes exchanging the location of a medium density residential and high density residential districted lands that have been previously districted. The proposed change is exchanging residential uses across the street from each other, resulting in the high density site being on the north side of Chantre Avenue, the rust colored district on the map, and the medium density site will end up on the south side of Chantre Avenue, which is the light orange district. The site sizes will be the same after subdivision registration, wherein the roadway will be registered and taken from the area shown on the redistricting maps. Based on the conditionally approved plans of subdivision, both sites are 1.36 hectares, which is equal to 3.36 acres. This land use bylaw amendment is accompanied by an amendment to the Shiro neighborhood plan. The hatched areas on the map shown on the screen show the extent of bylaw 20/2026. The St. Albert West area structure plan on the left designates these lands as neighborhood, and the Shiro neighborhood plan, the image on the right, identifies these lands as intended for medium density residential townhouse and high density residential uses. As mentioned earlier, when the Shiro ASP was repealed and reapproved as a neighborhood plan, the previous land uses from the area structure plan were carried over to the neighborhood plan. At that time, it was recognized that the original high-density residential future land use identified in the Shiro ASP did not conform to all of the newly established policies within the St. Albert West ASP regarding the placement of high-density residential land uses. However, as this land use existed in the original ASP, this type of misalignment was anticipated as the Shiro ASP had been approved prior to the adoption of Flourish and the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan. Exchanging the location of the medium and high density residential land use districts is triggering a noncompliance with St. Albert West Area Structure Plan, specifically policies 5.2.2 and 5.3.2. The noncompliance is that high density sites based on the new policies or updated policies of the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan requires that to be located in a mixed use area rather than as a standalone high density site. However, these statistics for the Shiro neighborhood plan do rely on the inclusion of the high-density site to achieve 40 dwelling units per net residential hectare. The land uses and statistics were established as part of the Shiro Area Structure Plan before the approval of MDP Flourish and St. Albert West Area Structure Plan. The conditionally approved lot sizes, as mentioned for the medium and high density sites, are both 1.36 acres. So by exchanging these density locations, there is no net impact to the total number of dwelling units anticipated for the Shiro East neighborhood. Holistically, there is no difference to which side of the street the high density is located. Administration wishes to highlight the noncompliance to council as the Director of Planning and Development is unable to approve a neighborhood plan amendment which does not align with the applicable area structure plan. Administration has determined that approval of bylaw 20/2026 does not create any further conflict between land use bylaw and the St. Albert West area structure plan over what currently exists. Approval would also allow for the overall density of the neighborhood to remain undiminished. Following a decision by council on bylaw 20/2026 and the associated the Director of Planning and Development can issue a decision regarding the Shiro neighborhood plan in accordance with the direction given by council's motions. Additionally, administration could incorporate minor changes to address the policy conflict through a future St. Albert West area structure plan amendment application or housekeeping endeavor if council approval of bylaw 20/2026 is carried. This proposed amendment was circulated to internal departments and external agencies. No concerns were raised by external agencies. Internal comments required updates to the neighborhood plan and infrastructure engineering designs. At the time of the circulation, the adjacent lands were all owned by Rohit Land St. Albert West Ltd., which is the developer. As a result, there were no residents living within the 100-meter notification radius. This area is still being developed, still being constructed. A notification was posted on the boundaries of the site. The sign was installed on February 3rd, 2026. Public hearing notice was posted on the city website, as well as full-page advertisements in the Gazette on both June 25th and July 2nd. A press release was also issued for this public hearing. So in summary, administration supports the passing of both bylaws, being 19 of 2026 and 20 of 2026 for amendments to Schedule A of the land use bylaw, and that council's decision regarding bylaw 20/2026 will direct the processing of the Shiro neighborhood plan amendments. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't believe we have any public written submissions since I last asked about 4 minutes ago. Are there any verbal submissions that have been noted? Not at this time either. Okay, if there is anyone in the public gallery or online that would wish to speak, I don't see anybody here in person, and I don't have, oh, you would like, yeah. If you can come to the podium, please, thank you. And if you could just state your name and who you're representing, thank you.
Here representing Rohit, and we're here as the applicants and ready to answer any questions. There's no presentation.
Thank you very much. Does council at this time have any questions for administration or the applicant? And I don't believe so. I'll give it one more chance if there's anyone in the public gallery here to speak that's not had a chance, and I don't believe so. Thank you very much. If I could get a motion, Councillor Mackay, please, thank you, to close the public hearing.
That the public hearing on bylaw 19/2026 and 20/2026 be closed.
Thank you very much. We'll go to vote, please. That motion passed unanimously, and I'll close the public hearing now at 10:41. Thank you. Respectfully, I'd ask for maybe a 5-minute recess if that's possible. Just, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I spilled water all over my chair, so I had to clean that up. One of those days, 6 more gray hairs than less. bef- Bill did when I started. Okay, before we move to first reading, is there any questions regarding the redistricting here for administration? I'd open it up to council. We close, yeah. Well, before Councilor McKay, you're gonna make a motion for first reading. I do have a couple of questions here regarding the redistricting. When it comes to moving from future development to medium and high density, when we look at the high density aspect, bear with me one second here. We're not increasing total residents, like overall total resident capacity does not increase with the change.
Correct.
And what is total resident, like out of this? I know it's 40 per hectare
Sorry, of the medium,
from medium and the high density.
Thank you for the question. We can check the area structure plan for the overall anticipated population, if that's what you're looking for.
Yes,
Mayor.
please. Yeah.
So the medium density area, because it's meant for townhouses, would be 94 dwelling units per hectare. And the high density residential for apartments could be densities above 125 dwelling units.
94 dwelling units and 125 dwelling units?
Per hectare, yeah. The overall for the entire neighborhood is 40.5 dwelling units per net residential hectare, so that takes out roads and parks. And it's approximately 3,327 dwelling units for the entire neighborhood.
3,327?
Out of the entire neighborhood, some of which is still not yet districted. They're still a little bit north of what you're looking at today.
An anticipated timeline for this redistricting development plus total development would be what?
You'd have to ask the applicant that.
Does the applicant, would you be able to answer that? Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We're representing Rohit, who has the east side of Shiro Boulevard. So that's about 1,600 units on the east side. And that area is about 5 years for full development. We can't speak to the west side of Shiro Boulevard.
1,600.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. The backgrounders suggested or made reference that there's a 100-meter radius, and there was no response to that. Is that it seems small that a 100-meter radius would be the anticipated or the expected response parameter for moving to medium and high density. That, yeah, the MGA would state that, but
Yeah, Mayor, I
did we
think
receive anything outside of that 100-meter radius?
maybe I
on
could
it?
just stop on the 100-meter radius component, right? And so, I mean, you've got to draw the line somewhere. And so it's not a strict circle done necessarily with a protractor or anything, right? Like there is, I know the team takes a very deliberate look at how it fleshes out. So I'll just offer that comment and then, the team can talk about any additional commentary that was received. But it's not the introduction of those two items. It's flip-flopping where they sit. And so those two items were already part and parcel of the plan. I just want to confirm that. So it's not an increase in density. It's what goes where in terms of those two plots of land. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. And we don't anticipate with the change in the placement that there would be a change in demand on the infrastructure or traffic or neighborhood.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions. If council does for administration at this time, I don't see anything. I would thank you, Councilor Mackay, for putting forward the motion.
Yeah, I'll just, first motion, just get it on the floor. That bylaw 19/2026 be amendment 20 to the land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Yep, please do.
That bylaw 19/2026 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Before I accept it, is there any questions for administration? I don't. see any.
I can just make one comment in relation to maybe some of
Yep.
your concerns in relation to the 100 meter. There's also a sign posted there that was clearly been there since February, identifying that this was up for redistricting. So it's, you're right, correct. 100 meters in some of these new areas does create some challenges because there's lots of times where you're just sending a letter to an open field, but at the same time, the signs very clearly prominently posted in the area advising anybody that this is going to be up for redistricting, and it's been there for some time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yes, when it goes to an open field, you don't get a lot of responses. Having said that, just ensuring, it was more the change in impact in the residential area. Okay, I'll accept that. And would you like to open for on second reading?
No, that was it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else would like to? Perfect, we can go to vote, please. That passed unanimously as well. I'd look for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Councilor Bermansky, thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 19/2026.
Thank you. We can go to vote, please. There we go. Thank you. That passed unanimously, and I'd ask for third reading.
Yeah, I'll just keep on going on that, on least on the bylaw 19. Bylaw 19/2026 be read a third time. I have no comments.
Thank you very much. Is there any comments from council at this time? I don't see anything. Thank you. We can go to vote, please. And that passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now we need bylaw 20/2026 for first reading, please. Councilor Clark, thank you.
That bylaw 20/2026 be amended 21 to the land use bylaw 18/2024 be read a first time.
Thank you. And go to vote, please. That passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go to second reading.
That bylaw 20/2026 be read a second time.
Would you like to open?
No comments.
Thank you. I don't see any comments or questions. We can go to vote, please. Thank you. That passed unanimously. I'd look for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Councilor Patrick, thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading by bylaw 20/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. Make them sweat it out. That passed unanimously. Thank you very much. I'll go to third reading.
That bylaw 20/2026 be read a third time.
No opening comments. Thank you very much. We'll go to, I have no counselors asking or commentary, so we can go to vote, please. Pardon me, that passed unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll jump back here briefly. We'll go to item, or pardon me, section 4, business arising from our presentations. Oh, pardon me. Yes, we do have more speakers. My apologies. I will invite Mike Killick to the stand. You have two presentations, one regarding the region banners as well as one regarding the Northeast borrowing. So Okay, yeah, I'll allow that. Thank you very much. Okay, back to item 4, business arising from our presentation, delegation announcement and public.
If I may, Councilor Mayor, down here, Cheryl.
Oh, yes.
We have 2 other speakers. We have Brett Balauki and Michaela Davis prior to Councilor Killick. Or, sorry, Mr. Killick.
My apologies, I don't have those on my sheet. Brett is speaking in regards to
The construction.
the
debris.
construction debris. Please, yeah, my apologies, I don't have that on my list, but if you'd like to speak, yeah, I'd invite you to the podium. Thank you very much. Thanks, Brett. And again, my apologies, I missed the addition to the list this morning. So when you're ready, as you know, you've presented before, at 30 seconds, you'll hear a bell. After which, when it concludes, we can open it up to questions from council. So please start when you're ready.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Brett Bulkway. I'm a lifelong St. Albertan and not in the EAC, but here as a private citizen. The good news I bring is that the construction waste rules from April are having some effect. There's less of a deluge of trash into our natural areas that there was last year, as far as I can tell. The rules are a start, though, not a finish. There's still lots of construction waste in places it never should be, like hanging from the trees in the White Spruce Forest or piled up in the river. A ticket I submitted in May was partially completed on Friday, and for the rest of the trash, it's now a case of waiting for the river to subside. Elsewhere, now that the level of the stormwater pond has gone down in Erin Ridge North, it looks a little bit like one of those videos that you see of all the plastic and styrofoam accumulated in the ocean. Of the 86 bins that I surveyed after working hours over the last few days, 6 were covered, 49 didn't have any kind of closure on them at all. No built-in lid, tarp, or plywood. The rest had a built-in lid that was left open, sometimes with large amounts of trash overflowing out of it. In other places, garbage was left in a pile in the front yards of homes under construction. You can imagine what happens to loose trash in windstorms like the ones we've had recently. Right now, municipal enforcement is acting as a taxpayer-funded site supervisor. If they receive a complaint, they contact builders and request cleanup. Right now, several bins are still overflowing over 10 days after municipal enforcement has been contacted. More have started overflowing since, and new loose piles are accumulating. Municipal enforcement as site supervisor is a costly and reactive approach. Throughout this issue, I keep coming back to a simple concept. The people who make the mess should bear the cost. A debris management plan puts the developer in charge of their own sites to proactively inspect and fix issues before garbage gets to city land and becomes a taxpayer's problem. On April 7th, Council passed a motion asking how these plans can be implemented, including costs and impacts for new and existing agreements. The report that came back does not answer these questions and recommends not having a plan at all. Administration points to the current development agreement as evidence that a solution already exists. If this was an effective tool, we wouldn't have spent a year plus pulling garbage out of the river, parks, and wetlands across the city. How many times has this language been used to hold the developer accountable? A plan is a straightforward ask. Developers operating in Leduc already submit them. They can do the same here. If they have an internal plan, it's just a case of submitting it and facing some accountability. If a developer doesn't have an internal plan at all, that's evidence that they need one. I note in the report that industry was consulted. I would suggest that this would be a stronger file if it was formed with input from residents and the EAC. Under the solid waste bylaw currently, residents in new multifamily developments are required to submit an annual waste diversion plan explaining how they will keep compost and recycling out of the dumpster. Is council willing to say this is a reasonable ask of residents, but not willing to ask a developer to have a plan for how they'll keep construction garbage in dumpsters and out of the natural areas? The city has a standing meeting with Build and appears to have a close working relationship with industry. I've noted in the reports on this issue from April to now that enforceability and the possibility of legal action commonly comes up. Going to court over construction waste seems like the last outcome the city or the developer would want. Does the city really have this much fear of being taken to court by industry? Or do those slim possibilities only come up when we're talking about accountability for cleaning up their trash? This should be a cooperative effort to control construction waste. Consider your own neighborhood. If someone's redoing their siding and garbage from their project blows all over other people's yards, does a good neighbor say, it's not on my property anymore, I can't do anything about it? Or do they say, can you prove it's mine? Or I might take you to court if you try and hold me accountable. No, a good neighbor goes over, picks up the trash, and crucially, takes steps to keep it from happening again. The city should equally expect its own yard to be free of trash from its neighbors building new homes. I would encourage council to reiterate the request for how these plans can be implemented. A plan is not onerous. We already asked one of residents. A plan helps put costs where they belong and moves this from a reactive approach to a proactive one. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brett, for the presentation. I'll open it to council for questions and start with Councillor Hughes, please. Thank you.
Hi, Brett. I just wanted to thank you for coming. Your diligence in really pushing this item forward and keeping it on both council and administration's radar is notable. And it really would not be where we are today without you coming and making sure that we get updates about what's happening and encouraging the city to do better. Just so you know, I have put forward a notice to a council that I intend to bring forward a motion to have the development agreement be part of it by the end of this year. We'll see how the debate goes, but that will definitely be on the debate today. Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. There may be some for administration, but thank you very much for the presentation and joining us again today. Thank you. Okay, I understand that Mr. Killick as well as Michaela Davis would like to speak when we get to those items on the agenda. We'll now officially move to number 4 for the 4th time. Regarding business arising from the presentation, delegations, announcements, and public appointments. Are there any questions at this time for administration? I do have, we need a motion. Sorry, pardon me. Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
We don't need a motion. I have 2. I have both a motion and I have questions. So first off, I'd just like to if with your permission, move that we endorse the Rotaries Club application for St. Albert to become a city of peace and that we provide a letter of support. Can I make that motion now?
You can make that notice of motion now and you could ask for council to waive it, yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah, I'll accept that. That's fine.
Technically, that should move to business items, but right, as opposed to business arising, but that's a scheduling issue as opposed to like fundamentally it's a notice of motion. So this was not an item on the agenda, and so it should be a notice of motion with the requisite time frame. So council then would have to vote to, if you wanted to vote on it today, to waive the 20-day period. I'm getting way out of my lane here. Cheryl, Alex, please go ahead and jump in.
That's correct. We could waive the 20 days notice. And then we could do the notice motion, but I believe Bill would have to, if we do that, administration would have to be available to address it. You wouldn't get a background or anything like that, so it'd be more.
That's correct. There'd be no backgrounder, obviously. Fine.
So we can do that here now.
Yes.
And I just have to accept it.
At the end of the day,
Yeah.
Mayor, you can,
Yeah.
you can sort of stick handle the agenda as you see
Yeah,
fit,
that-
right? It's not offside depending on where you want to do it, per se.
Or we can do it
If
number
it's not
12.
normal practice,
Well,
you're shaking your head, I don't know.
I'm just, I don't think in the presentation there was any rush to getting it done.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm saying is why can't you just do, when business arising comes up, put in your notice, follow proper protocol, and then we can just follow when we come
Okay.
back.
Yeah,
When
I
we
didn't-
come back after the summer break, we'll be ready for it.
I didn't realize, yeah, we have,
There's
wasn't
no-
proper protocol. I didn't realize we couldn't do that now. So I thought during business arising, we could bring forward a notice of motion
You
from the
can,
presentation.
and then it would
Alright.
just go on for agenda
Okay.
planning.
Okay.
We're gonna
We'll do
be
that.
here till summer break at this pace.
Okay, well then I
Uh,
won't make that I'll just put that in as a notice of motion then. I did have a
laughing.
question about 260. Just the presentation that we had earlier on Shore, maybe just through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Fletcher, would you be able to provide council an update in terms of, I know there was some initial priority placed on that road to try and get it up to speed. What's the current status of the road and current maintenance initiatives on 260?
Council Cortash, we actually have Mr. Dean Schick and team available, as well as Mr. John Potter to give us an update on that particular piece.
Good morning. Thank you, Alex. And yeah, as noted, we do have representation from both public operations as well as the contract management side of things, or project manager with capital projects. Because this is a joint and coordinated effort in regards to addressing the entirety of the project, as well as the maintenance of the roads in vicinity to the area. So just as a quick note, we have been performing ongoing maintenance. The structure of the roadway when construction started, unfortunately, was influenced by the heavy rains, the non-typical kind of seasonal influences that we experienced. Kudos and credit go to our public operations group, as well as Amrise, the support from the project contractors, as we brought in heavy material, both base material as well as surface material, and essentially restructured the Range Road 260 North segment, which was being used as the detour as work being completed required the closure of the roundabout and the section of Township 540A from Range Road 260 North to Ray Gibbon Drive. So through that time frame, albeit the influence of closure as maintenance crews addressed the structure due to the heavy rain and significant deterioration, once we reach past that point, it's been ongoing kind of monitoring as well as maintenance touch-ups. And in terms of the details, I can maybe ask Mr. John Potter for it, but I can just maybe give a status update to say ongoing monitoring is continuing. In terms of the status of work, Rohit, the developer, was doing offsite improvements to the roundabout of Range Road 260 and 540A. That work has been completed, so we anticipate an opening of that roundabout, which will allow for the southern access and exit. However, still a detour to the west of 540A, west on 540A, west of Range Road 260 North. So there will be an access to Meadowview Drive from Range Road 261 using 540A, as well as the northern access into to Villeneuve Road from Range Road 260 North. As our project for 540A continues, we anticipate the week of July 21st, in and around that time, subject to some weather influence or whatnot. But we anticipate that the 540A section will be opened from Range Road 260 North to Range Road 260 South. That will give a more direct detour route using Range Road 260 South to Meadowview Drive, still allowing for a northern and southern then access and exit from the community of Shiro. And then we're kind of projecting, subject again to weather influences, in and around end of August or in that timeframe, for the completion of 548, and which will then allow for a direct connection. So it's still planned to be delivered as a staged approach, which we've successfully now reached, I guess, the end of phase one, which is the opening of the roundabout to allow the southern access and exit. And then further opening to 548 to 260 South will occur in and around the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. And then we'll continue on with Ray Gibbon Drive project to finish that finish that connection of 548 and Ray Gibbon Drive by the end of the summer. We're hoping prior to the school start date. But again, I want to just caveat that to say we still have weeks of weather ahead of us to deliver on, and delay may occur as it has already. Due to weather, we were delayed from what our initial projected timeframes were. So, Mr. John Potter, if you have anything to add, maybe in terms of the maintenance activity.
Thank you, Dean. Through the chair to Councillor Cortash. Yeah, we've been monitoring it pretty regularly throughout since the start of the detour. We thought we had significant structure there to get us through and provide a good riding surface through the detour. The rains came on that June 22nd. The road deteriorated very quickly. So that's when we mobilized and basically beefed up the structure, and it's been performing very well since. So there was about a week of construction material added. We put some base material down, kind of a mid-layer gravel structure, and then a riding surface as well. And then we provided some dust abatement to that road as well. Then in advance of the next section of the detour on the 260 south of 540, which will be coming up here within a couple of weeks, I'll let Mr. Zwers comment on that. But we've already taken measures to beef up that the next stretch of gravel road in order to be a good riding surface for that portion of the detour.
Thanks, Mr. Potter. I'll just add to that, Councillor Cortash. So as Dean alluded to, yeah, we are hopefully today we'll get that roundabout reopened there so traffic can head westbound on Meadowview Drive. We're just doing some quick cleaning around the area right now to make sure that's safe and secure. And then as it stands right now, on Tuesday, the 21st is our tentative date to allow traffic to go through the roundabout east on 548 to just the 260 south connection there, and we'll have that reopened to the public. And as John said, we've already spent some time and effort on upgrading that road so that we don't run into a situation similar to what was happening on 260 to the north. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Yep, thanks very much. Just one follow-up with respect to enforcement through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, I've directed a few residents to contact municipal enforcement with concerns, or RCMP with their concerns. Do we know if there's been any enforcement on 260 or on that stretch? We heard concerns earlier about the speeding.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll ask Mr. Giesbrecht to comment.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have exact numbers as to the number of operations or tickets issued on that, but I can certainly look into that during this council meeting right now. And if I can't get it soon here, I can always follow up and send it through to council afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just hoping that road continues to be a priority as we work through to the end of the summer and get the access back open onto Ray Gibbon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I know the presentation was in respect to maybe dangerous driving conditions, as well as the gravel that's laid down. And just looking at what we can control, why such large rocks? I mean, we saw the pictures of the vehicle obviously creates some concern when you get large vehicles going both ways. What are we doing to address that? I mean, from a pure safety perspective, and I don't want to blame the rain. We're all dealing with the rain, but what can we do about that?
Yeah, but I will respectfully blame the rain to a certain degree. Certainly Mr. Schick can jump in, but at the end of the day, it wasn't just about surfacing the road. It was about the structural integrity of the road. And so it was a far bigger lift, I suppose I would characterize, right, than merely making the surface good for driving. So please, gentlemen, between Mr. Schick and Mr. Potty, you can jump in.
Thank you very much. And I guess I can just make a direct statement, maybe high level statement, to ensure that there is an understanding that material is tested and assessed before placement. And so when we go through, it is kind of designed and material ordered, to which, as John had noted earlier, we went through and we placed the base layer, typical kind of sizes, 63 mil or 2.5, 3 inches gravel, and then applied a 40 millimeter top lift as well. And so they go through there's specific gradation requirements that were followed, and testing of the material. Examples that were shown were not seen, through the testing or anything. So, but there is monitoring as well. And I'll let Mr. Potter talk on that side. But in terms of the ordering material coming in, they are to specifications and standards. They're applied as such and tested throughout the process as well. John?
Yeah, as far as the gradation goes, it basically goes through a sieve, and then for 60 mil as an example, 95% of the material needs to pass through that 65 mil sieve. There are sometimes where larger rock gets in there. The rock that the gravel that we would be regardless of size will have fractured faces. So you wouldn't see a river stone rock being in the material that we're receiving. There's standards not only from a size point of view, but also for a number of fractured faces within that rock. So there are times, but certainly when we're out, inspecting the roads, our teams are looking at those types of things. Just like we would be looking on an asphalt road. There's times where there's been spills of certain materials, especially with new areas, bringing in landscaping rock per se, and that sort of thing. But those are that's exactly why we're inspecting the roadways for those types of things, and for those types of obscurities sometimes that may go on there. And then the gravel does the top surface, it does get compacted. The 60 mil as the base layer will get kind of, the intent is to kind of sheep foot that compact it into the clay base, and that helps build up the road. And then the 40 mils more an air on the run type of compaction or a steel drum roller. So yeah, those are, the intent is to try and get it as smooth as possible, but there will be some gravel, loose impediments after the fact.
Thank you very much. And I understand there's a number of priorities, obviously, when monitoring this, as well as factors that could impact why large rock may be on the roadway as a result of, large trucks that may lose that as they're hauling it away, whatever the factors are. I guess my last question is, how often are we monitoring it? Obviously with the impact of the rain over, I guess, since the beginning of 2026 here, how often are we monitoring this, and what's kind of the process that we're going through to ensure that the driving conditions remain safe on not just this road, but others alike?
Right. That's exactly. So thank you for the question, Mayor. On June 22nd, when this first opened up, we were on it. We did a pre-inspection of it. as we do with all our gravel roads, probably Monday to Friday, our team lead in charge of that operation is probably on each of our gravel roads if not once a day, once every couple of days. We also have our grader teams working on on our other gravel roads as well. But 260 in particular, we did the inspection. We updated the inspection that we're on there twice a day. So usually once in the morning, once in the evening, and sometimes more. Yes, it was an unusual weather pattern that started on that closure, and we probably up there at least twice a day, if not 3-4 times a day.
And going forward, Mr. Potter, what's the plan? Is it so that's the team lead doing the weekly checks or every couple of days?
No, the plan moving forward is the daily inspection of it. So it's held up very well since we increased the capacity of that road by adding significant amount of more gravel. We are there daily with equipment. It's us doing it during the week, and then Amrise takes over on the weekend. We've also have a team lead from public operations on call, basically, to if needed, that they go out there and inspect it. But it's coordinated effort with the contractor to be there and be present, and if there's any deficiencies, that they're addressed immediately. And that will continue on the other stretches as well throughout the summer.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky now, please.
Thank you, and thank you to administration for taking good care of this area. I know it's been an ongoing problem. The question I had, and I don't know if it's possible at all, but in working with the developer or the construction in the area, is there specific entrances and exits that the bigger trucks can use in comparison to an alternative to the residential traffic? Because it seems when there's so much rain and mud, it's the bigger vehicles that are doing the greatest amount of damage, or are they all using all roads?
Thank you, Councillor Bermansky. If I can jump in maybe, and so to directly answer your question, the access points are limited. There was discussion with Rohit in terms of a temporary access being constructed on the north portion. Again, seasonal factors with the heavy rains and the conditions of the grounds and whatnot kind of limited opportunity. But the one action that was taken to try and manage the area and improve on the conditions and limit the deterioration of the roadway was road bans were implemented by the city. So restricting the heavy loads, attempting to maximize the life of the investment that was made to beef up the structure and improve the area. I got to say big thanks to the developer group for their support during that time, because they helped us not only implement the bans and manage, like actually carry through on them, but also communicate that to the contractors on site in the Shiro area as well, that were influenced and for everyone's patience during this time frame, because it is impactful to their scheduling and their workload as well. But we do, as well as a bit of a status update, Rohit, as an offsite improvement, is constructing another access into the community as a next phase of construction. So as the south portion opens up, further construction due with the conditions of the development agreement and permits is that further improvements on Range Road 260 North are going to occur with front-ended and completed by Rohit. So that's in the plans and part of the 2026 construction plan as well that was communicated to the area. And so, we'll see that area and new accesses develop and be constructed and delivered, but they're not available at this time, at this point. So, but they will be forthcoming.
Okay, thank you so much. That's appreciated. The collaboration will hopefully help in some areas. Thank you.
Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Switching gears, I had a question about the soccer facility, the 7v7. The presenter alluded to a presentation or alluded to a report coming from admin. So just sort of wondering what the next steps are in that, next steps in that process.
Yeah, so the detailed submission of the package was received early this month and the team's been working through it. They're due to come to us in the very near future, at which point in time we'll be able to sort of articulate the detailed analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, to administration, Mr. Fletcher, is there any concerns regarding suitability of the land that they're looking at using, given its historical nature, what it was before?
Yeah, and I think that's part of the analysis that's happening through the engineers. So it absolutely is a former landfill, right, which comes with certain engineering challenges in terms of construction, and that would have to be part and parcel of the construct.
Do you anticipate that being a barrier to this moving forward?
I would respectfully say I would wait for the engineers to do their analysis to come forward. You can engineer your way out of any problem with enough time and money at the end of the day with a solution, right? And so we have to see where that sits. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it when it comes to that. Maybe when it comes to the financial capacity, I guess, obviously it was mentioned that through private means, it may not be financially feasible. Can you speak to how we would potentially construct that or we've done that with other facilities in the past, or have we done this with other facilities in the past that they're looking at structuring this with a commensurate lease?
Ms. Podlubny can certainly jump on from a recreation and parks perspective, but at the end of the day, if the city constructs and owns a piece of infrastructure and then maintains it, in fairness for its life cycle, there's normally a tenancy or a rental agreement, and we do have rental agreements with various organizations in city-owned infrastructure. Ms. Podlubny, did you want to add to that?
And sorry, Ms. Podlubny, before you jump, I should just add to it. There was in addition to that, the usage of the school boards when it comes to the soccer programs. Obviously they would use it. Would they be paying to use it, or is that part of the agreement where they would not have to pay to use that for the programs?
To the mayor, as per Mr. Fletcher's kind of comments, we have all sorts of different agreements of how facilities have come to be over the years. I would say it's not typical for us to build and develop for the specific needs of that organization. That's not our typical approach. This is the request as aligned with SASA. So what we'll do is that whole financial review will be a component of the return to council as well. As you asked about reciprocal use, I can't speak to how they're specifically intending to use that portion of the facility. Our reciprocal use agreement as a component of the joint use planning agreement with our schools only pertains to our facilities that we own. If we were to fund this, then I think we'd have to consider that, because then it would be potentially a city facility of which the schools do not pay for access to our facilities. So that would be a bit of a discussion I think we'd have to have through that negotiation as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So just in terms of the financial implications, it may be nil, but just for clarification, I guess we would cross that bridge if we get to it. I don't see any other questions from council regarding the presentations at this time. So thank you very much for the clarification with that. So before we get to Christmas, we're going to go to the number 5, which is the consent agenda. I'd ask for a motion for the consent agenda, please. Councillor Patrick, thank you.
Did you want to read it, Shelley, or? Okay, so that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular city council meeting minutes of June 16th, 2026. 8.1, 2026 Youth Advisory Committee appointments and Policing Committee term extension. 8.2, Standing Committee of the Whole item, CPNE-07, Asset Management Policy Update. 10.1, Financial Policy Updates for CFS 01, CFS 03, and CFS 05. 10.3, Transit Advertising Contract.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, before we go to vote, we can still read out the appointments when we get to it, despite it being on consent. Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. Thank you. That passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Let's move to, well, actually, I'll go to pardon me, I'm gonna go to 8.1 here real quick in our youth advisory committee appointments. If you just bear with me for 1 second, I'm just gonna find the names. Okay, just for record, would like to acknowledge and thank those that, all of those that applied for a youth advisory committee. Would like to thank the following. Claire Love for a 2-year term, expiry August 31st, 2028. Haven McEachran on a 2-year term, expiry August 31st, 2028. Nathaniel Whiten for a 2-year term, August 31st, expiring August 31st, 2028. Sage Yakimchuk, as well as on a 2-year term, expiring August 31st, 2028. Nathan Yu, as well on a 2-year term, expiring August 31st, 2028. Nathan Caldwell on a 1-year term, expiring August 31st, 2027. Dante Gravel on a 1-year term, expiring August 31st, 2027. Dania Piano, pardon me, on a 2-year term, expiring August 31st, 2028. Joshua Stoffer on a 1-year term, expiring August 31st, 2027, and Logan Yakimchuk on a 1-year term, expiring August 31st, 2027. So thank you very much for all of those, and your commitment to the community as well as the Youth Advisory Committee. So thank you so much. 8.2 is on consent. We will 9.1, we'll go to business items for information only right now. Regarding AR 26-311, which is the analysis on addition of a construction debris management plan to the development agreement. And I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher for presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Donnie George, Director of Engineering. I'm here with John Reed, Manager of Development Engineering. I will pass it on to him for introducing the topic to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Donnie. Just a brief overview of what the analysis kind of discovered. We reviewed the construction data, a debris management plan that was from Leduc as a recommendation, as well as reviewed the whole area and region for who actually has a construction debris management plan. They were the only ones. We reviewed the plan. What was contained within their plan requirements was nothing that was different from what's already in our development agreement, as well as what is already covered in additional bylaws that we have, like the community standards bylaw, noise bylaw, things like that. What is becoming a bit of an issue or a challenge with us is the scope of what would be contained within the construction debris management plan with regards to the development agreement. So the scope of a development agreement indicates the area where that can be developed. It gets narrowed as the developer sells those lots off to builders. So the challenge is that the construction debris is coming from our builders, not so much from our developers. So when they sell those lots off, the scope of that development agreement narrows to pretty much the boulevard and the road. So that's not where we're seeing a lot of the garbage and the debris, which, agreeing with Brett and others with the amount of garbage we have, like in the White Spruce Forest and things like that, it's just not the right location to narrow in and get any sort of real result from them is the challenge that we're facing by going through with the construction debris management plan tied to a development agreement, because we can't really enact anything. What also happens with it is it becomes a bit of an enforcement item or legality issue with later down the road. If we do enforce on this, the actual construction debris management plan almost supersedes what's already in the development agreement. So then it becomes a potential of which, like if it were ever get to court of law, what would the judge believe? Would it be what was in the original development agreement document, or would it be in the construction debris management plan? So in the submission that was presented as one of the attachments, it indicated they only have to clean twice a year. So if that's the case, then developers only responsible to clean twice a year. They can wipe their hands and walk away. Whereas we're going to be seeing a lot of construction debris happening throughout the year. And we want to have the ability to go after them multiple times a year to get that cleaning if necessary. But once again, the scope is narrowed. It's only within the roads and sidewalks by the time that the builders have bought the lots and are building the buildings. So we're finding it a challenge to really see the value in putting in the construction debris management plan as part of the development agreement.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have some questions here from council. I'll start with Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So Leduc has it going. I appreciate the fact that you gave us that in the backgrounder. And are they considering taking it away, or do they have an issue with what they're doing?
So my conversations, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Hughes, my conversations with Leduc have been quite limited, not many good responses back. But what they had indicated was that they started it last year. It's just in the infancy. They haven't brought it any further forward. It's not approved by council or anything like that. It's something they've tried to do on their own. It just is from that perspective, as they saw potential value in it further down the road, but we don't see it the same way as they do.
Okay, so the other thing is, if they have it, we don't have to write what they wrote. So if they say twice a year, could we not just put in there that the agreement is exactly as per the city bylaw?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, it's already in the development agreement. So putting it in a secondary spot would just add confusion. So they've already agreed to do it as per our requirements. So then they should be still abiding by those requirements. To rewrite it could add in some confusion.
Why would they be confused to do exactly the same thing? It's just like it's an agreement that would say that they.
It's letting the terms be dictated by the developer at that point, so then they can put in what they want, and it puts the onus back on the city to make sure that the wording is identical to what is already in the development agreement.
I see. Because I have the motion to put this forward, so I'm just struggling if other communities are doing it and they haven't had any issues with it so far, and I realize it's in its infancy. What would be the issue with us trying it? You're telling me that if we were to take them to court, that would be the confusion?
There's a potential. We can, like, on it, as always, council can make a direction and choice. We will abide by that, but it doesn't provide value based on what the agreement already states.
Okay. But if we decide to go for it and give it a shot, then we could always go for it and see how this works. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any data on enforceability to date historically when it comes to issues with construction debris and likely or outcomes when it comes to that? If it does surpass, I guess, basic enforcement and then move to a court process?
Not through the engineering. The only area would be through enforcement. And
Yeah, and Mr. Giesbrecht has popped up online. We can over to him.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly for clarification, are you referring to enforcement practices related to the community standards bylaw, or are you referring to enforcement of the development agreement itself?
Well, now that you open that up, I'd ask for both.
Okay, so from a, thank you for the, for the community standards bylaw, what I can share is in terms of the enforceability of the new provisions that were just put in place, they are enforceable. Our officers have issued one ticket so far. I know that sounds really low, especially based on the fact that we know there's a lot of non-compliance happening. There's been 22 complaints from the public that have been received about construction site debris from the beginning of this year. The program really, in terms of the changes, it is in its infancy right now, and we've, as you may be aware, we have some capacity issues within our municipal enforcement group, but we are also in the midst of creating some education packages and awareness and postcards that our safety codes officers are going to be handing out while they're on sites and all these construction sites doing inspections, as well as our municipal enforcement officers. So I'm confident and optimistic that going forward, when we have some more capacity, some of the proactive work that our officers do are really going to be able to hold the builders accountable for the waste and the debris that we see on those sites, and especially the covering of the dumpsters. In terms of the enforceability of the actual development agreement, I am going to have to pass that back to Donnie, or if we have legal services on call to help assist with history or how the enforceability of the agreement is. That's not law. The agreement itself is it's an agreement in a contract, right? So there are processes that have to be followed, like any type of contract.
Thanks, Aaron. Through you to Mayor. Yes, we are on a regular basis with our developers communicating back and forth with regards to with construction debris related to the development agreement itself. So take for instance, Chereau Park, when it was being built, Shells Park, and for the first year and a bit when it was under warranty, the developer would clean it up as we requested, no matter what the debris would be, whether it be from wind or anything like that. Those were areas were covered under the DA and could be cleaned up. And they were receptive every time we called them. It didn't have to go to an enforcement stage because they are willing partners in working with the city.
Thank you very much. And not to debate the, by any means, the priorities when it comes to MES. I understand there's capacity constraints, and it's a process of priorities, and not to diminish this in any way. Have we since seen the uptick or the onboarding of the receptacles being covered properly and continue to be, or has that been a challenge since adoption of that?
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Giesbrecht, you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. I think it's too early to tell right now in terms of the compliance on that. Indications of our officers that have been on scene is that when educated about it, we have been seeing compliance, and hence the one ticket. But to be frank, in terms of the proactive work on this is relatively new. The regulations came in, I believe, in late May, when they were official and signed off, and the bylaw was all consolidated. So as we do some more education and some more enforcement going into fall, I believe we're going to see some uptick on this as well, in terms of compliance.
Thank you very much for the thoughtful feedback. I'll move it to Councillor Cortesh. I believe he has some additional questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation here. First, I had a question just about our current development agreement. So 9.6 that was provided as part of the backgrounder in our report. I guess that's the part of the development agreement that deals with keeping the area clean and litter and whatnot. But I'm specifically wondering, part B says no debris or garbage from the development area will go into the city's storm sewers, the Sturgeon River, other water course. So it's very specific to the river and water course. There's nothing as like in 9.6, what about just other parks and non-water related areas? Like why is that singled out, and why not no debris or garbage in any area?
Thank you for the question through the chair to Councillor Cortesh. That could be amended, but I think the intent of that is for any sort of pollutants and whatnot reaching the river, because a lot of the times at the development area and the development area stages, it's mostly the underground piping and stuff that's being installed. So that's where we're more concerned about getting to the water courses. It's not about garbage debris in this situation, because like I said, the scope of the development agreement is just to the underground and the roads and sidewalks. So there isn't much construction debris coming from those times, other than potential pollutants going through the storm system or the sanitary system.
Okay. I don't have a motion today, and I suppose part of that is captured by the refuse and litter in 9.6A, but I felt like maybe that could be a little clearer. I want to also confirm, so as I understand this, that the current development agreement and or a proposed construction debris management plan, my understanding is that they're only applicable to the lands owned by the developer once they're turned over. I think that's what I heard you say. Once they're turned over to a builder, neither the development agreement nor a proposed construction debris management plan would be applicable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so I don't know if you can answer this. What we heard one of the developers last time we discussed this, we heard one of the developers indicate that in part of their agreement with the builders that they have tools to to enforce that on their builders. So I don't know how that works, but presumably as part of their agreement with their builders, they can recover costs if the site's untidy. Which makes me wonder, so if they can hold their builders accountable, can we not require them to hold their builders accountable? I'm missing, so I'm hearing on one hand, we have no control once the land's turned over to the builders, but we also know that they can hold their builders accountable, and I'm trying to square those two things.
Thanks for the question, Councilor Portash. Yes, like, we're not privy to their agreements. So their agreements with their builders is, we're not allowed to come in on that agreement. From our agreement with the developer, yes, that works to a point, but at some point they're gonna turn the rest of this development over to the city, roads, sidewalks, everything, and there might not be any house.
Require the developers to hold if we can't hold the builders responsible through the development agreement, we can't include that in, require the developers to hold the builders accountable through the development agreement. We can't require that they have a plan in place with their builders to manage litter. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Portash. Like, I think that's the intent of the construction debris management plan, is to pass the onus on, but I'd have to refer back to legal on whether or not we're allowed to put an agreement with a third party that's not even in the original agreement into an agreement. Like, I think that's a little off.
So it's something that is possible to include. The issue becomes if there is a default on the part of the builders under that second agreement, the city's recourse would be limited as between us and the developer. So we need to rely on that agreement because there's privity of contract between us and the developer through that. So there's some limitations from an enforcement perspective, but to answer your question directly, is it possible? Yes, but practically there could be limitations.
Okay, thanks. We'll give this some more thought.
Councilor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we can't hold the developer responsible under a construction debris management plan for the entirety when a piece of property is sold to a builder, could we also require that builder on the issuance of a development permit to also have to sign up for and agree to the construction management so that we're not offloading all of these costs ultimately from, an enforcement perspective onto our residents down the road, that anyone who wants to build in our community is going to be held responsible for a clean building site, and anything that leaves that clean building site they're going to be responsible for the cost, and all we have to do is tell them they need to do it because they've agreed to this plan.
Through the chair to Councilor Clark, thanks. The challenge with that is and I might refer to my development team, is that the land use bylaw does not include any provisions or whatnot for garbage debris, and this was something we reviewed at the forefront on what was the best way to enforce on this, and it came back down to the community standards bylaw on what was most easily enforceable. But that's something I'll refer back to them, or to defer back to them to see if there's something that can be implemented, and I think Christina is online, or Kathleen can help.
Sorry about that. It just took a little bit for me to unmute and get my camera on. I'm going to pass this off over to Ms. Short, as she is the expert when it comes to development.
Thank you, Christina. I was not privy to the work done to start this process. However, I'm acting for Colin Kriviak, and in discussion with some of the participants of the meetings earlier in the program, to put it in the land use bylaw, we have no immediate action available to us. We would have to write a letter and perhaps a second letter, and then maybe issue a stop order, and then it would have to go to the courts. So with the MES community standards bylaw, they can action faster than we can. So it was determined at the time to keep it out of the LUB and let the community standards bylaw be the mechanism for now.
Okay, and understanding that, but it just doesn't seem, I mean, we've had a particular resident come before us for 1.5 years now, showing us pictures and giving us examples of construction debris that he's finding as a resident. It just doesn't seem to be working. And at the end of the day, how do we make it work? And how do we offload the responsibility onto the people that are ultimately causing the problem and take it away from our residents having to pay for the enforcement?
Thank you for the comment. I understand your perspective in terms of the costs. However, the land use bylaw, we have no enforcement tool that's quick enough to action an item on site. So the MES does, and I guess we could look into alternate options, and maybe legal can provide some direction in how we could improve either one of those documents, but that would take us a little bit to determine.
So at the end of the day, if we change the land use bylaw to ultimately allow us to be able to do this down the road, it may be a long process, but we would actually be able to see an end result where it's being offloaded to the correct entity and not onto our residents. Is that correct?
I'll take a stab at this one, Ms. Short, and then please feel free to add onto it. I think the land use bylaw is probably not the right mechanism for what you're trying to achieve. Again, I think the community standards bylaw is the most adaptable. The land use bylaw is really looking at the use of the land. It's not necessarily about the development. It's the community standards bylaw has been written to really reflect the issues about litter and noise and debris across all, whether it's caused by a developer, by a builder, or by a homeowner. So the land use bylaw is probably isn't the best tool to utilize. I think the tool that we've got right now through the community standards bylaw is the most adaptable, and it enables our municipal enforcement services to quickly act, to provide fines. Using the land use bylaw, and pass this a little bit over to our legal services, it's a lot more onerous, and it's subject to, it isn't as adaptable as you would get through the community standards bylaw. And maybe we could get some legal insight into this, but at this time, I don't think it would be as effective as council would like it to be.
And I appreciate that. I guess my point is, what do we need to change to require builders and developers to have to enter into a construction debris management plan so that it enables our maintenance or our municipal enforcement with the teeth and the tools to be able to enforce something? And if that requires a land use bylaw amendment, then I mean, I think every one of us would be prepared to put that forward to give municipal enforcement the teeth to be able to enforce it and enforce it against the right entities, and not have our residents, if it takes a year or 2 years to see the end result where that's being enforced, I think would be something that our residents would embrace.
Thank you. Maybe just one clarification, Mr. Fletcher. If there's a material or significant issue with this in developing communities in the city, would the best process be through potentially an IR and say, how do we solve this? And then how do we enforce it in kind of a two-step, very clean process, rather than overcomplicating and looking at community standard? Like, how do we achieve the goal of cleaning up new developing communities to ensure that they remain I guess, manageable when it comes to debris, but also safe from a building perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'd offer a couple of comments on that. And so I think to answer your question directly, from a wider piece of that intent, yes, as opposed to trying to drive to a solution, it would probably be best to articulate the end state. Having said that, we have most of the tools, we have the tools we need at the end of the day, especially with the recent changes that were brought forward. We are absolutely able to enforce 22 complaints since the beginning of the year. So I'm not trying to underplay the importance of this, but in the grand scheme of things, it is one of the aspects that municipal enforcement deals with. You've also heard concerns about noise and speeding and everything else. And so I would just caution against, trying to drive to a solution today more holistically, and then perhaps look at more so the overall intent, which we believe we have broadly the tools to accomplish, and we need to see the implementation of the recent changes as it relates to the receptacles and everything else.
And would it be fair to then say maybe looking at an analysis, and I'm not trying to by any means diminish that construction debris is a challenge. I don't want to blanket all builders and developers that with 22 complaints, we're just going to blanket that there is a significant or widespread problem. Recognizing that certain residents are obviously concerned, but maybe from a enforceability perspective versus other challenges that municipal enforcement is facing, where that falls in terms of action as well as activity, if you will, or propensity.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly do not want to marginalize the concerns that have been brought forward. One piece of plastic in the river is too many pieces of plastic in the river, right? Absolutely. Having said that, I do think it's important to recognize the scope and scale. There's 75,000 people here, and there's lots of construction going on, and we've got speeding, we have noise. If people would just behave properly, we wouldn't have these issues. Sadly, that's not what's occurring. And so there is a prioritization capacity component that's into this. I will not put words in Mr. Giesbrecht's mouth. And certainly the RCMP determine how they prioritize their resources, right, to ensure the public safety of St. Albert. But yes, it is one concern amongst the litany of issues that we work on a public safety and a community aesthetic, right? And to protect the safety. It's quality of life. I guess that's the word I'm looking for, to ensure the high quality of life for our residents, which I think encompasses all those things.
Well, I have a sheriff's badge, so if you need enforceability, I can help out. Okay, we usually break at noon here, but I think we're a little delayed for lunch. Do you anticipate how long that may be?
I got the impression it would be 10 or 15 minutes. I'll do a quick check. I suppose we keep going.
Keep going. Sure. That sounds great. Okay, but we'll move to 10.2, which is AR 26-317.
Mayor, I still have that motion I want to put forward.
Oh,
Sorry, I know that you're wanting to move forward on this, but,
please go ahead.
okay.
Thank you.
That construction debris management plans be required for all new development agreements, and that this be implemented no later than January 4th, 2027, and that the details of the plans are brought forward for council's approval by November 17th, 2026.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for administration at this time? I don't see any. Would you like, I'll accept it if you'd like to open. Please go ahead.
Sure. I respect administration's concerns about this, but I think that we should give it a shot and see how it works out. I think that in spite of, we put this changes forward, I think it was April, and we are seeing some improvement, but not enough as it relates to construction waste. And I'd like to just, from the top down in the construction, in the development process, that everyone understands that what was acceptable in the past is no longer acceptable going forward. So I would like to make sure that even when they sign the development agreement, that they are aware of what our new rules are, and not just an education campaign, but understand that there's consequences to those rules. And if what Leduc has holes in the plan for legal, let's close those holes, whatever it takes to make that happen. Because, and then we'll see how it works. If there's a problem and next year is like, this isn't working, but certainly we have this discussion and we can always retract it. But I would like to see, I'd like to see what we can do to try to make sure that not just communication, but enforcement is happening, and that we provide that as much as possible. And so to me, this is an important issue that I don't think has, with the exception of having Mr. Brett Walski come and speak and let us know where we're at. It somehow seems to fall off the radar in the past. So I'd like to see what the development agreement could look like. I'd like to, in November 17th, if we say no to it at that time and say, you know what, we don't think it's going to work, we can always just stop the process that time. But I'd like to see what the development debris management plan would look like, and then see what we can do to try to enforce this, because this is a really important issue, in my opinion. The people that are living around new construction, whether it's renovations, massive renovations, or new developments, they have to live beside this garbage every day. And I don't know if it's being taken seriously enough by the people that are building it. And so, and just leaving it there. If we're hearing that 49 bins have not even got covers on them 3 months after, have made no effort to put a cover on them 3 months effort, then we need to do something different to, again, reinforce the fact that this is an important issue that's not going to go away until this is actually being taken seriously. And we're also seeing other communities right across the region, Beaumont, now Leduc, all these other places that are also increasing what they're doing for enforcement and rules related to construction debris. So this isn't a local problem, but we are seeing everyone recognize that they need to do more to actually make the changes happen. And I think this is another step that we can do to at least see if it's possible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I certainly agree that this is, can be a significant problem. I'm just taking a different lens at it at this particular time. I'm coming in from someone who has been responsible for enforcing bylaws and enforcing different types of legislation. And I just believe right now, with what we've already put in place, we might be just a little bit premature. And I recognize that this is something that just the motion identifies that this is to come back. But at the same time, I'm also not sure if they're going to come back with anything different than they've already presented. The fact is that we have existing legislation and mechanisms in place to enforce what I see as a significant, could be a significant issue. But I just think that we should just let what we have work for a little bit longer. From an enforcement perspective, what I've found is whenever possible, you always strive for clarity and simplicity in our regulatory framework. It makes it simply easier for an enforcement process to move forward. It also makes it easier for everybody involved to understand what they're doing. So the bylaws are in place, the legislation's in place currently. I just think that right now we should just let the existing processes run out. If this continues to be a problem, then I certainly think that we need to continue to look at other alternatives. I'd like the idea of what the question of is maybe there's something we haven't looked at yet. I agree that other municipalities have certainly identified this as a problem, and there may be some way of working in a team approach that can solve it together. But right now, I just think this is a little premature.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we have right now, I think is pretty clear. It's not working. And yet I understand the concerns. I understand what administration is saying with respect to our development agreement and the requirements to keep the area clean and litter free. And that, I mean, those are already in our development agreement and it's not working. And so we did make changes a couple of months ago on the enforcement side. And I agree that that needs time to work through the process. We've had some complaints. The enforcement as our MES capacity increases, that will hopefully improve. But that's on the enforcement side. And what I think this motion addresses is more proactive at the front end. And not trying to crap all over developers here, really not, but it's just trying to try and increase that accountability and make it more intentional. I guess that's the word that I'd use, is more intentional at the front end. In terms of how are we going to try and eliminate this before it becomes a problem, before it gets to an enforcement issue. And so while it may already be in the development agreement, I think by having a construction debris management plan makes it more intentional at the front end. By the sounds of it, there are developers that already have similar agreements with their developer or with their builders in place. And so I mean, it doesn't sound to me like it would be something that's too onerous to have developers put in at the front end of the process to say, here's what we're going to do about it. Here's what our management plan is. So like I said, I think this makes it more intentional. I think it tries to address the problem before we get to the enforcement issue. Notwithstanding, enforcement's important, and I hope we get it. You know, I'm optimistic we'll get there on the enforcement side. But I think this is a good move to make it more intentional at the front end.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cortash. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this. I think as much as it is very apparent to administration and to us sitting up here that we do have some parameters, I'm not convinced that it's being conveyed to the developers and the builders within our community. Certainly, you know, we have exceptional developers, exceptional builders who are not the issue, but we also have, and we've seen evidence of that. We have builders and developers who basically watch it blow off their site and go, it's someone else's problem. And I think that this ultimately allows us to make them completely aware of their responsibilities and the expectations that St. Albert and St. Albert residents have. And as a result, I mean, I hear Councillor Mackay, and, you know, I get that our admin believes we have, but we're in an enforcement perspective. And I don't think that we should have to be in an enforcement perspective. I think that it should be developers being responsible and builders being responsible for their own sites. And if they are, this construction debris management plan will never have to be enforced upon. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say just briefly, I think sometimes compliance is a result of the pace of development. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with the fact that if it blows off their site, it's not their problem. I think we have some great builders in this community that that certainly are cognizant of construction sites. Having said that, there are other development or part of the development plan when it comes to these communities, whether it's and I should say even with renovations, there's requirements with other management plans, whether it's, you know, tree protection, site safety, all of that. So I think this gives us an opportunity to see what that would look like. We're seeing some other challenges already with some of the implementations when it comes to construction in our communities, but I think it needs some time to play out before we start to see some, you know, some tangible results here to determine if it's working. But this gives us the opportunity to at least assess if this may be feasible. So at this time, I'd support it. So thank you very much. I'd move it to Councillor Hughes for closing.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. We'll move it to a vote, please. That motion passed 6 to 1 with Councillor Mackay against. I will call for a recess. I believe Christina brought in the Christmas decorations, and we'll set up for that. Oh, lunch, I mean, pardon me. We'll go for 40 minutes and we'll reconvene after that. Thank you. All right. This pace, Neil and I are gonna look like Ken by the end of this. Okay, we're gonna move on. Thank you for the patience. Appreciate Mr. Oh, where did Mike go now?
He was up there a minute ago.
Yeah, we'll give him a minute. I know he bought the chamber day pass, so he's here all day. He wanted to speak. There we go. Hey, we were waiting for you. We will move to 10.2, which is AR 26-317 regarding the Downtown Remembrance Day banners. I'll open it up to Mr. Killick for commentary before we move it to the administration presentation. Thank you.
I thought I was going to say good morning, council, but it turns out to say good afternoon, council, and not good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Mike Killick. I'm representing our Legion 271 here today, and in that capacity, speaking to you about the Legion banner project. My words today are follow-up to the email that I sent yesterday afternoon to kind of give you a heads up of some of the concerns. So I was a little bit dismayed when I read the agenda package that identified that option 1 was being recommended by administration. And option 1 was year-round display of banners only along Veterans Way and no new service level. I would just say that this is totally option 1, and the recommendation from administration is totally inconsistent with any of the requests from the Legion. It's totally inconsistent with what is done in 100 of other cities and municipalities around the country. And it's totally inconsistent and inappropriate way to honor our over 110,000 soldiers that have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. It is totally inconsistent with the working discussions I've had with administration. So I would urge council to not look at option 1 for moving forward. Option 2 meets the Legion's project requests, which have been consistent since day 1 over the last couple of months that I've been meeting with administration on this. It meets council's motion, I believe, more fully. And it covers off the annual installation and removal of banners. It covers it off along Veterans Way to the cenotaph, which means St. Anne, and has approximately 25 light poles, including the ones out front today of City Hall. And it creates a new reoccurring annual service level to put the banners up and take them down. That is all contained in option 2, and I would encourage council and hope that you support option 2 as the way forward. I'd also note that I had covered these points very clearly in the presentation that I had made earlier to council when I made the original ask. And that ask was driven by administration's request to me to bring forward the details of that plan and create a new annual reoccurring service level. And that was one of my bullets in my presentation a month ago when I first presented to council. So I find it very, very, very unusual that this would not, option 1 would not have an annual reoccurring service level. And I'm surprised because things like when I look at the service level agreements that we have, the documentation in the city, we actually have a reoccurring service level to provide Halloween haunt to our residents. And yet option 1 says no service level for honoring our veterans for 2 months on an annual basis. I find it just amazing that on one hand, we would have a service level for Halloween haunt and not recommend one for veterans banner recognition. So with that in mind, I hope that council looks at option 2 and supports option 2 for implementation, as it meets your requests, meets Allegion's request, and I think is the most appropriate way to provide recognition to our veterans who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Killick, for coming back and reminding us of the ask. My one question maybe is leaving them up all year, and not to go against the Legion in any manner, just from a discussion perspective. If we're talking about honoring and remembering, I do understand, you know, the short window, whether it's November 30th and before December 25th to remove them, but like, why such a hard stance against leaving them up? Is it the replacement requirement maybe, or the wear and tear that they would be up all year round? Like, if you could just maybe articulate that just a little bit more.
Sure. So it is, remembrance period is a special period in time. Again, I would use the analogy of if you leave your Christmas lights up all year round and turn them on, they don't become special. They're just there all the time. So the request many activities that coincide around Poppy Fund, for example, is a special period of time, and everybody knows that that is set aside and special for remembrance. If it's there all the time, it doesn't, you just drive by those banners and they don't become special. So that was the request, as well as it aligns with what is done nationally, many other municipalities. And it coincides with so many other special events that we have throughout the city. So that's why it was requested that they be put up and then taken down. We don't leave poppy collection boxes out after Remembrance Day. We remove the wreaths from the cenotaph after a couple of days after Remembrance Day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of protocol that goes around making Remembrance Day and the period leading up to it special. So that's why we asked for that period of time.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And I guess I don't disagree. I mean, obviously it's a significant period of time historically, as well as annually, that we celebrate in this community and recognize those that have been a part of that or affected by that without question. We do respectfully honor the veterans all year round at different events throughout the city, in the community and abroad. So just look, you clarified it well, so I appreciate that. Just looking at opportunities and recognition that there are other events throughout the year, i.e. Canada Day, the veterans at the Legion participate in numerous occasions throughout the year, and we recognize that. So thank you very much. I'll move it. That's all my questions for yourself. I'll move it to Councillor Kortash. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Killick. Understanding the protocol around the remembrance period and that type of thing. The fact that it's been renamed Veterans Way, are there any protocol issues or respect issues if we were to use those light standards for other banners the remainder of the year?
Absolutely not. That it was one of the other reasons that we didn't want to leave the veterans banners up all the time, because those light standards could be used for anything else. And in my earlier presentation, I had talked about maybe there's Children's Festival or Farmers Market or, I don't know, Seniors Week. There are many other, the Paralympic event could be advertised there as well. We don't want to monopolize those light standards and leave it up to development of a process by the city to administer that for other groups.
Yep, fair enough. Just wanted to make sure we wouldn't run afoul of putting things up on Veterans Way. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of questions, Mr. Killick. The Veterans Way, I mentioned to the farmer's market the other day, like it actually said on their map, it didn't show Veterans Way. So they're changing it for their, their future maps and such. And I mean, there's a sign there to honor Veterans Way, but if you walk by that one small sign, you don't really know it's Veterans Way. So is it not honoring, the pathway to the Legion, the pathway of Veterans Way, to have that up all year round? And if you feel that it's not something that should be up year round, why not something that's not so permanent on light fixtures? Because you're not only creating a service level for the actual Veterans Day banners, but you're saying we need to create service levels for many other things. So why not either all or something that's not as permanent?
I'm not totally sure I understand the question, to be fair.
Okay, the question is, why not leave them up all year round? You described that it's not recognized as much, but I could argue that, it leads the pathway down Veterans Way. It's recognizing that all year round as well. But if you don't want that all year recognition, why not something a little bit, like more temporary for Remembrance Day, like a banner that you can, adhere to, use an adhesive to the pole or something like that, something of that effect.
Sure. So I think looking at consistency across the rest of the country, and many other municipalities in Alberta all use Remembrance Day banner flags on their light posts. Some municipalities have over 100 banners just, throughout their whole community. So choosing Veterans Way and St. Anne to the cenotaph seemed logical to be done in a kind of not a temporary way, but in a shorter way, and leave it's visible, it's up high on the poles, it's less subject to vandalism. You see it when it's above when you park a car in front of the light posts. There's a whole bunch of advantages, and I would probably ask any one of the administrative team that we put banners up. Arts banners are up high on poles as well, because they're more visible. They're out of the way. They don't impede traffic or pedestrian flow, et cetera, et cetera. So the same ideas, I guess, that we would have for why do we have banners on light poles anywhere in the city would apply to saying we should have banners on those same light poles to honor our veterans.
Okay, so would you suggest that the art banners come down for the period of the time that the veterans banners, or is this what I'm hearing?
Well, I think there would be a rotation of banners, that you wouldn't leave the arts banners up, or just like you wouldn't leave the Christmas lights up on light poles that are deployed downtown or throughout the downtown. I wouldn't suggest that those Christmas lights are left up year round on the poles or on the trees either. So I think there's a protocol of putting banners up and taking them down, just consistent with many other things that go up for special periods and special recognition and come down afterwards.
Right. The arts banner do have an agreement with the artists for the time of, that they're up there and how they're shifted around and whatever. So that would be something that would be interrupted as well. But thanks for your comments.
Yeah, and it was mentioned in the backgrounder
Yeah.
that those kind of things would have to be worked out or developed by administration in a process.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hughes, just briefly, was this the only option you guys that was considered, or was there others that maybe were not presented, but was this, or is just because of the consistency, not just in the region, but across the country?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. No, we did not look at any other options, and I don't think none were brought forward. I can't even think of any other ways to to do it that would be consistent. So we did look at what was used around, like, for example, the city of Rimbey has, or the town of Rimbey has 20 or 30 banners put up every year and taken down. So they're for consistency and alignment with Legion headquarters as well. They have standard protocol for hanging those banners right across the country.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. The concern I have, Mike, is that we've renamed it Veterans Way.
Yep.
And yet we're only really acknowledging that naming during the Remembrance Day period. And so there's a potential that other banners could be up that have nothing to do with veterans on Veterans Way throughout the rest of the year. And my concern is just there's an opportunity to actually not just name it Veterans Way, but also celebrate it. And we're missing out on 10 months a year of doing that. And I understand that there's a period of special remembrance of that. That's not to debate that. But the other 10 months of the year, it could either be something totally unrelated to veterans, or it's just left blank.
Mhm.
And my suspicion is that eventually it'll get filled up with other things that have nothing to do with veterans. And then that really diminishes the naming of it and just the importance of what we're trying to consider. So that's where I am struggling right now with pushing option 2.
Well, Veterans Way will not change. Veterans Way will always be Veterans Way. What is hung on the light poles, as I said, it's like advertising the farmer's market and saying, oh, there's a farmer's market. Well, where is it? It's along Veterans Way. You can do both. So banners along Veterans Way makes it a special event for Remembrance Day period. And I stress the term period. It's not just one day. But it also opens it up. Veterans Way will always be there, and it could be Veterans Way decorated with XYZ on those banner hangers. And some of the poles along Veterans Way already have hangers on them. What were ever intended to be used for, I don't know. But so I don't think there was ever the expectation that they would be exclusive for Remembrance Day period or honoring veterans. The road itself provides that year-round recognition. Banners is for veterans, and banners for Remembrance Day period are two separate things. One doesn't diminish the other.
Okay. Council, I just think if we end up doing option 2, that we should actually figure out what we're going to do for the other 10 months a year to fill it in personally, but that's just what we would do. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Killick. I don't have any other questions from council at this time. I'll turn it to Mr. Fletcher for a brief presentation.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Before you today is administration's report in response to council motion CM 26022, which directed administration to explore options for the installation of veteran memorial banners in partnership with Royal Canadian Legion Branch 271 and report back on associated costs and requirements. Administration reviewed the initiative previously brought to you by representation of the Royal Canadian Legion. We've explored the potential locations, operational requirements, maintenance considerations, partnership responsibilities, life cycle costs, and long-term sustainability. Through this review, we have identified 2 viable options: a permanent year-round installation on Veterans Way and a seasonal installation during the annual remembrance period. The recommended option is the permanent year-round installation on Veterans Way. Veterans Way was established in 2025 as a lasting tribute to military veterans, and administration believes this option best aligns with the intent of that designation. A permanent banner program would create a visible and meaningful commemorative corridor in the downtown, providing continuous recognition of local veterans while reinforcing the identity and significance of Veterans Way. From an operational perspective, the permanent installation is also the more sustainable one. Because the banners remain in place throughout the year, future maintenance and inspections can be easily integrated into existing downtown inspections and maintenance activities. With an annual installation removal, there are additional operating costs required, equipment deployment, scheduling, and storage requirements that would be associated with that alternative. The recommended option requires a one-time capital investment of $12,500 for banner mounting hardware and initial installation. Ongoing annual operating costs are estimated at approximately $2,500 to support inspections and maintenance of the hardware system. Administration recommends that the capital funding be drawn from the stabilization reserve, which has sufficient capacity to support the project. Under either option, the city would enter into formal agreement with the Legion Branch 271. The Legion would be responsible for the supply and content of the banners in line with their established commemorative banner program. This includes all items related to veteran nominations, family engagements, historical verification, and procurement of the banners themselves. The city's role would focus on infrastructure, installation, maintenance activities, reviews, and overall program administration. Administration recognizes there are potential future considerations, including demand that may exceed available banner locations or interest from other organizations in similar programs. Should circumstances arise, additional governments and service level discussions would need to be brought forward for council's consideration. In conclusion, administration believes the Permanent Veterans Way Memorial Banner Program provides the strongest balance of commemorative value, operational efficiency, long-term sustainability, while creating a lasting tribute to the service and sacrifice of veterans in our community. Accordingly, administration recommends approval of the motion as presented. Thank you, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe just one quick question. In the event that we are looking at not doing them all year round and it's going to be a temporary basis, you know, a couple of months, are we responsible for storing as well as the maintenance and I guess, yeah, of the banners? And would we be responsible for replacement in the event that there's damage?
To you, Mr. Mayor, the storage is actually going to be a requirement of the Legion. That was part of the discussions that our representatives have had. And we haven't finalized the actual language of the maintenance if we damage them. It would have to be some sort of language related to misuse or deliberate poor performance.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions. Councilor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the replacement would be their responsibility, correct?
Through the Mayor to Councilor Hughes, that is correct.
Okay. The other question, I guess, you've heard Mr. Killett come and speak about his concerns and wanting to only have it up for 2 months. And I'm sure you were aware of it prior to that. So, and I respect your recommendation to do this year round. I mentioned in previous why I think it would be valid. What, with relation to his concerns or the Legion's concerns about just the 2 months, how is the administration perceiving just reconciling between the fact that yes, there is the Remembrance Day period, but there's also the year round and we want to do it year round. How are we kind of working it through in our brain?
Yeah, maybe I could take an initial stab and then the team could jump in. And so I would not purport to speak for the Legion at all. They've been quite clear that they see the poignance of that time frame, the temporal aspect to those banners is important. Absolutely. The crux of the issue is administration's not coming back and saying, hey, we don't think we should put banners up. We absolutely accept that the commemorative value to those is there. And as pointed out, our recommendation is based on a balance of operational requirements, right? The realities in terms of the demands, and then ultimately the commemorative value. I would not for a minute purport to marginalize or speak for the Legion in terms of that component of it. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but again, our recommendation, notwithstanding the fact that the Legion has been clear what they want, right? We were told to bring forward options. And so the options span that gamut. There's a 2.5 option to your previous component, right? Which is if you create a new service level, would the city procure banners for the rest of the year? I mean, there's probably 1,000,001 ways to do that, but it's fundamentally based on council's decision on a service level or integrating into our current approach and capacity downtown.
Okay. Because I guess the one thing we don't want to appear as insensitive to the situation and just to our veterans, you know, as you are one yourself. So I guess if we did this year round, in your perception, this is this should not be an insult, or like it should be still the understanding the recognition and then other factors are playing into it, or?
Again, I'm not sure I can answer that question. I would
Okay.
not purport to speak for veterans. You know, the Legion certainly speaks for its membership, right? And so I don't think I'd be comfortable respectfully answering that question.
Yeah.
You're asking Bill Fletcher his opinion. No, it's not insulting to have the banners up year round, but
Okay.
it does not get after what the Legion has talked about in terms of the poignancy of that timeframe. Right?
Okay, so their concern is really about that timeframe.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And really our perception is also just about the overall costs, the overall, everything that's involved in this, and the fact that we're also recognizing this entire street. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just wondering if we were to put the banners up for, say, a 6-week, 8-week period, take them down in conjunction with our Christmas decorations going up and replace them with Canadian flag banners that would ultimately stay up, what kind of a service level would ultimately, I'm assuming it would be putting them up, but the taking them down could be part of the service level that's already there? Would that be, am I kind of on the right path with that one?
So through the mayor to Councilor Clark, the Christmas lights aren't specific in an actual service level as it stands right now, and that's where it becomes difficult to differentiate between what is actually done, what is going to be incremental to it. So the basis of this estimate has been on as a standalone installation for the Legion banners.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my last question, if in the analysis, is there a, outside of the time frame that they're looking or have requested, is there a more, is there another time period which would reduce the cost or be more efficient to remove them and put them up?
No, I don't think so, Mayor. At the end of the day, the work's got to be done, right? If you're installing and removing. So yeah, if it's not up year round, at the end of the day, you're adding that component to it.
Okay, I'll just add those light standards on Veterans Way do not receive the Christmas lights as it is now. The trees do, not the light standards.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll leave it, or I guess is the process just for clarification now that we would open the debate on the
Yeah, I think you
but-
need
but
somebody to
is
make a
anybody
movement
willing
if they
to-
were comfortable.
Or we need to adjust it if we would like to amend it
That's correct.
Yeah. to the ask of what the Legion is.
That would be the alternative. We can whip that up, the language, right? At the end of the day, a counselor would need to make a motion, whether that was alternative, the recommended alternative 1 or alternative 1.5 or some variation therein, and then we work through the process. Yeah.
Okay.
Neil, if you want to do it, I have it up here, but my screen, Jaden, is,
Yeah, I don't know which, I was gonna move the alternative.
I was going to move the alternative.
Sure, yeah, so, then Mr. Mayor, if you're willing, I'll move the alternative that council approve the implementation of a memorial banner program in partnership with the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 271, utilizing an annual installation on Veterans Way with a one-time funding amount in the amount of 15,500 to be funded from the stabilization reserve.
Okay, before we accept
I
that,
was second guessing myself too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is that's
are you
the
looking-
annual,
you're looking for annual or you're not looking for annual?
that they be put up and taken down every year. That's the annual.
No,
That's-
that's not, they're
Oh.
put up and just left up. Or are you looking?
No, I'm not, I don't want them to be put up and left up. no.
Yes, so that the alternative is put up.
Yeah,
and
sorry,
removed
this
after
is the wrong
2 months.
motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you
What
give
am
us,
I looking
if
at?
you
Yes.
willing to give us 2 minutes, we'll
Yep.
get it.
Yeah, go ahead. Trying to do.
I just saw alternative, so I thought it was the alternative. Hang on, I'm lost too. I think like different banners for different events is great.
Yeah, so council, the team absolutely put up the right motion. Should probably clarify myself. And so the intention is that's the capital cost up front that would allow the initial base. The ongoing cost is the $8,500, which we would build into the base as part of budget.
This is, I think I understand, this is to put them up the first time as well as remove them with the time period requested by the Legion and then put them back up again on an annual basis.
Including the hardware and all the bits and pieces that come into that. And then the ongoing annual cost is the $8,500, and that will be
Up
a
and down.
a base budget adjustment. So you're going to have to approve that if you want this to carry on as part of budget.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page. They go up once, they will come down at the time period, go back up every year, come down. Okay, I will accept that. And if you'd like to open, please.
Yeah, just real quickly. I mean, this, from a protocol perspective, like I think this fits with what the Legion's asking in terms of the time for remembrance. It's not a year-round thing, right? So we've heard that very clearly. Same as the Poppy program. So I think that is the right time frame. Put them up, take them down every year. B, I just think I just like the idea of having this added service level. I recognize that this motion is specific to the Legion banners, but in the future, you know, I'd like to see just a little bit more robust, I don't know what to call it, banner program downtown. I know that's not captured by this motion, but the fact that we could use these posts, you know, or use the brackets for other events, other festivals, other artwork, different things in the community, Canada Day banners. I realize that's not part of this motion, but I think that let's get the brackets up there. Let's do this. Let's have an annual service level for taking down Legion banners. Maybe we can put up other ones in the future. I think this just starts us on that road anyway. We'll start with the Legion banners. We'll see where it goes after that. They're made down the road. There may be other service level discussions that we need to have with respect to other banners or other festivals or whatever. Doesn't matter. That's not the point today. But I think this captures what the request has been. I think it's appropriate for Veterans Way. It is a nice way to remember veterans and make that Veterans Way a little bit more prominent during that time of the year.
Thank you very much. Councilor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand the whole premise behind this. My concern is that we're opening up a Pandora's box, that ultimately we have a whole bunch of outside organizations that are going to come to us and want banners up, and then it opens a whole bunch of issues as to who's paying for it, how are we getting it done, and we have people that are running up and down ladders doing this. If Councillor Kortash wanted to accept a friendly, that ultimately when the banners come down from the Legion, Canadian flag banners go up and they remain up until the Legion banners go back up in the following year. I'd be prepared to support that, but I can't support this with the ultimate result being a huge number of individuals coming forward that are going to increase our service levels exponentially.
Councilor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Thank you. My comment, I guess, sort of running on Councillor Clark's comments, is I'm not really sure in this motion how it's clarified, because it was mentioned by Councillor Killick that, you know, the banners would run all the way down Veterans Way to the cenotaph. So he was talking about, you know, taking other banners down that already have agreements to stay there at a specific time. So in this motion, are we just guaranteeing that it's just on Veterans Way that these flags would be flying, and how many of them?
My intention was just Veterans Way. That's what the motion reads, and it would just be limited
Just
to
be on
Veterans Way.
Veterans Way. Okay,
Yeah, we can't ask questions to admin or in debate.
right.
Yeah.
Well, they wrote the motion for him, which he did.
That's my
Just
understanding.
clarifying.
Yeah, to clarify our understanding, Mayor, with your indulgence.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it is the 19 on Veterans Way. We've counted them. Those are the ones basically from the roundabout, Veterans Way, and then a short bit of Taché. Right from-
Councilor Bermansky, is that?
My only debate for that is I would be in agreement of the Canada flags, but not in a new program for the community that will, you know, change a lot of different issues downtown, so.
Counselor Patrick, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that having the banners up year round, there's just less impact. They become part of like a visual background. You kind of just get used to them. Also, I just worry about the wear and tear on them. So I definitely would support them going up, temporarily for whatever dates we decide on that. I think it was 6 weeks or something like that. Yeah, so I would support the motion that Councilor Cortash was bringing forward. When it comes to the Councilor Clark's friendly amendment, I think that's a great idea. I don't know if right now is the time to do that. I think we could add that later on and have more discussion, because I would like to see if there was other ideas, like maybe we have City of St. Albert banner up with a Canada flag with there's a lot of other ideas I think that could go, and I think it's a great idea. I just don't know if that should be included in today's motion.
Counselor McKay.
Yeah, actually, my debate quite has been covered, so I don't really want to reiterate it. I'm just in support of the motion and the logic behind. I agree that we should look at other alternatives, but right now we just don't have enough information to know what those costs would be, what would be involved, impacts on administration. So I think that's for a debate of another time. So I just wanted to say I support the motion on the floor.
Thank you very much. Counselor Hughes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm debating something in my head right now. So I was prepared to put forward the amendment that Councillor Clark had mentioned as an actual up for debate, but I'm also just willing to do this notice of motion for September. So I'm kind of just on the fence about which way to go on this, because it would be the same end result.
Just for clarification, Mr. Fletcher, I would have to accept the amendment or the friendly that would go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, friendly is a vernacular. At the end of the day, it's an amendment and it walks through the process. It just depends. You frame how vigorous the debate's going to be, I suppose, right? But yes, at the end of the proposal would be made, and then ultimately you'd work through that process.
I just think that it'll be a lot easier just to put this to bed as opposed to trying to debate this multiple times. You're not going to accept my amendment? Okay, and I have no problem doing this in September, but is he allowed to literally say, I don't want to debate your amendment? I'm just looking at procedurally, like I understand you may not want to debate my amendment, but I have the right to bring it
You
forward.
could bring it forward, but I would have to accept it, correct?
I will defer to the city clerk on that one.
That is correct. You would have to accept the motion,
Okay.
but a council member is able
Yeah,
to bring forward
absolutely. Yeah.
amendments.
Okay.
I'll give it as notice of motion then, but just for clarity, I've never heard anyone of us saying that I don't want to debate your amendment, so I'm not doing it now. That's the first time I've heard it in over a decade. Regarding this, that's my major concern, is what we're doing with the other 10 months of the year. And so I don't really know, especially because I don't know how the other motion would go. And I don't want to have Veterans Way having things on there that are not related to veterans and the patriotism and how they've defended our country. And so that is my concern, is having other banners come up that degrade the intention behind that. So the cost, and that cost, of course, would not be borne by the city, but that would actually continue to keep that theme. And I think that leaving it blank for 10 months a year is also, it's also kind of an insult, quite frankly. So I'm quite torn with the motion as it stands right now, because I don't like having nothing up there for 10 months a year. But at the same time, I also don't want to have something that would take away from what we're trying to say. So I'm torn on it. Yeah, we'll just see what happens. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all comment. And then, I guess respectfully, you're allowed to bring the motion forward. I think whether we accept it or not, there's no solutions provided. You're asking to bring an amendment forward without options and costs associated with it. So my proposal was wait till September. Nothing's going to happen between now and then. And then we have some actual alternatives that can go forward. So it wasn't to discredit the opportunity. I think there is an opportunity to do something else, but without a plan or a service level implementation in place, we have nothing to debate. So I would respectfully disagree with that. I would, I guess, support the motion that's put forward to have, obviously, the veterans recognized, and would be open to opportunities of what we're going to do going forward, whether it be a change to this service level or an addition, as well as alternatives. So I will move it to closing now for Councilor Cortesh. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's an insult to not have anything up there. There's nothing there right now, and I don't presume to speak for the Legion, but I specifically asked that question earlier, like, well, A, not having anything, I think, makes them stand out even more when it is that time of remembrance. But with respect to having other banners up there, that's why I asked the question. Is it disrespectful to have other banners? And we heard very clearly that no, it wouldn't be. I love the idea of the Canada flag or Canada. I love it. I just didn't want to get into the details of debating. Like, we don't know how much it costs to make the banners. We don't know any of that information today. So I think a notice of motion to that regard for the future to, hey, let's put up some Canada flags or something would be excellent and would welcome that. But let's just deal with this issue today and yeah, get on with it.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote now, please. That motion has passed 4-3 with, Jesus, what's fast. Those in favor, myself, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Cortesh, Councillor Patrick, and those against, Councillor Bermanski, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Hughes. Thank you. Okay, 10.3 was on consent. We will move to now section 11, which is bylaws. Before we open that to second and third reading, I have two speakers here that would like to speak to the agenda item. I will again invite, I'll invite Michaela Davis to speak on behalf of the Northeast bylaw, if you'd like to speak. Yeah. Yeah.
Also had good morning, but good afternoon, Mayor Olivieri and St. Albert City Councilors. Thank you for having me. To Mayor Olivieri's earlier comment, I think that my season's pass for this council balcony is close to expiration, so hopefully you all see me a lot less in the coming meetings. My name is Michaela Davis and I work for Melcor Developments. I'm happy to be here today and I'm excited at the progress that has been made to bring the Northeast Infrastructure Project and lift station to where it is. As you know, Melcor has operated in Western Canada for more than 100 years and has been building communities in St. Albert for over 2 decades. We champion smart infrastructure investment, and we truly believe that the NEST project is a smart infrastructure investment. The project will improve service levels for existing St. Albert residents, both with sanitary and storm, which I think is a little bit more relevant these days. It will provide services for needed school sites and will support the smart growth of St. Albert neighborhoods by offering housing choice and opportunity in the north for many years to come. As such, we ask that council vote today to approve the borrowing bylaw as presented. On behalf of Melcor Developments, we would like to thank administration for their hard work in bringing this bylaw today, and to City Council for working with the development community to help address servicing challenges and to find funding solutions that work. We're excited for the future of St. Albert and our continued investment into this great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the commentary. Before you run away, I don't know if there's any questions for our speaker. I don't have any. I don't have any on the board here. So thank you very much. I'd invite Mr. Killick now to speak if you'd like to on the Northeast servicing.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. With regard to the borrowing bylaw, I appreciate Melcor's comments about finding a solution that works. And borrowing $88 million is what the borrowing bylaw is for, although I hear lots of discussion that says, oh, well, the project is only $74 million. But the borrowing bylaw is $88 million. And the borrowing bylaw is not contingent on securing the federal funding. It doesn't reference the federal funding. Federal funding that has been announced of $28 million, which would help, and would really make this project more viable, is still subject to approval by the province. And it coming from the Building Communities Fund direct delivery stream, the provincial government has passed Bill 18 that on the Provincial Priorities Act that has two very important, clear, and unambiguous requirements. It says projects announced in Alberta must receive prior provincial approval first. Projects over $5 million require cabinet approval, not minister, not a cabinet, an order in cabinet required to support federal funding. Cabinet, in its review, does not approve projects at high level. And I'm quoting here, it approves full details of the agreement. Third point, it says in Bill 18, it says proceeding prior to receiving provincial approval first, the federal deal is invalid. So I'm simply suggesting to council that you defer making a decision today on second and third reading. You give the provincial government time to review the project and come up with, hopefully, I would hope that cabinet would approve the $28.1 million federal funding that is included on how we're going to pay back this $88 million borrowing. The other thing is that once the borrowing bylaw passes for $88 million, you don't have that money left to do anything else with. It's basically locked up. You can't put it towards a rec center. You can't put it towards fixing Range Road 260. You can't put it towards Fowler Way. You can't put it towards all of the other priorities in the 10-year capital plan that council has identified. So the concern I have is you're going to lock up that money and it's locked up even before you actually borrow against it. It's like you've got a pre-approved mortgage that money is there. You don't get to go and say use it for something else. It is locked up and secure. So it means that you don't have money to do any of the other priorities that council has identified. And in fact, residents are also asking for. I haven't heard one resident say that they want a new sewer line. They absolutely do want a new sports complex or a pool, or even today we heard a request for soccer funding. But once this borrowing bylaw passes, it's locked in. So I'd humbly suggest that deferral of making that decision now today until you have absolute certainty from the province that they are going to sign off in cabinet and allow that funding to come from the federal government. To do it today would be absolutely premature. This is a case of accounting 101 of don't count your chickens before they hatch. And I would implore council to take that into consideration, defer making a decision until you have firm provincial government approval that federal funding can be released and used for this to support the payback of this borrowing bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Killick. Before you run away, we have some questions here. Councillor Hughes, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mike. So you understand that when we passed this project, it was contingent on the federal funding or the provincial funding or the federal funding going through? Like while the borrowing bylaw does not specify it, the motion by council was specifically tied to the provincial or to the federal funding.
Well, when I read the backgrounder, it shows sources of funding and it lists the 28.1 federal funding dollars in there. So that pretty black and white in the backgrounder.
Right. And the motion that was passed was specific to the approval of the federal funding.
Yes.
So we're not, even in passing this today, we're not ignoring that funding. We are waiting for the province before we would be spending any of that money. We're just approving the borrowing bylaw.
And I would hope that the concern I have is the provincial government is going to say, this council has moved forward to borrow this money prior to cabinet doing its review and giving approval. And if that takes place, as I said, any council proceeding prior to approval, the federal deal is invalid. And that will, if council moves forward today, potentially that could be the repercussions from the provincial government. It's clearly spelled out, black and white in Bill 18.
Okay, I'm going to definitely confirm with administration, but my understanding was we can approve the borrowing bylaw as long as we don't spend the money. So as long as we don't actually move forward on the project until we have approval, then that's what's the determining factor, but I'll get that confirmation from administration.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Killick. That's all the questions right now. I will move this now to Mr. Fletcher for presentation regarding bylaw 13/2026 regarding the Northeast borrowing bylaw for second and third reading. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Because first reading's already done, we don't have a presentation. We can provide a short update if you wish, or certainly answer questions, but.
Sounds good. If you have an update, please go ahead and then we'll proceed with questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. My name is Stanley Chan, and I am the Manager of Financial Operations and Reporting. This is the comments on the second and third reading of the Northeast Servicing Borrowing Bylaw. The Northeast Servicing Project was approved on council by council on April 21st, 2026. On May 5th, council passed the first reading of the Northeast Servicing Bylaw. Administration followed the borrowing bylaw timelines provided as an attachment to this agenda report outlined in Council Policy CA-CAO 22, borrowing bylaw advertising timelines. A petition was not received during the petition period. Therefore, the bylaw 13/2026 is eligible for the second and third reading.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hughes, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow on that previous discussion with Mr. Killick. So can you just confirm that even if we pass this bylaw, this is not jeopardizing our ability to get the provincial approval or the federal funding?
Through the chair to you, Councilor Hughes, no, it does not.
Okay, so we can approve this, and our intention is not to actually begin to put shovels in the ground or do anything that would violate it until we get approval from cabinet, correct?
So based on the charter and the funding sources, we will absolutely, we can't borrow a cent at the end of the day until we get confirmation through the Provincial Priorities Act that we have access to that money. If we don't, notwithstanding the approval of this bylaw, we will not proceed without coming back to council because we're going to have to revisit the entire charter in terms of the funding scope.
Correct. And even though the number is 88 million, we're not intending to borrow anywhere near that. And so certainly our debt limit is based on how much we do borrow, not just about how much the approved line of credit is. Is that correct?
Through the chair to you, Councilor Hughes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Couple of questions. One, would it be an in-camera, just for clarification, Mr. Fletcher, regarding conversations had with the minister, or is that?
Yeah, I don't think, I guess it depends on how deep you want to go. If you're talking about indications, certainly based on our interaction with the government of Alberta, are that they are optimistic that the money will be approved once cabinet's back.
So I'd reiterate that the conversations I've had would provide assurances that being that they are looking at projects that don't go against provincial priorities, this certainly wouldn't. And approval should be obviously the concern significantly decreased. My other question, just for clarification, in the backgrounder, the Alberta Treasury borrowing, it's done on a 20-year term, but did we not typically do this on a 25-year term, or am I just misunderstanding that?
Through the chair to you, no. Typically, we do it on a 20-year term.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I think that's the clarification Sorry, I needed, just bear with me one second. Yeah, I think that's it for now. If there's any other questions, I don't see any. So thank you, Councillor Hughes. She will put forward the motion.
Sure, I started this, I might as well finish it. That bylaw 13/2026, being a boring bylaw for the Northeast Servicing, be read a second time.
Thank you very much. I'll accept it. If you'd like to open, please go ahead.
Council, I think that any of the concerns that we have about losing the grant or any other things are happening have already been addressed. And we're not moving this forward until we actually do have that funding. So this is a huge opportunity for using that federal funding and investing in our community and getting more houses open and built and available to the public and meeting the housing demand that we have. So I'm looking forward to the fall when the province gets back in session and not only getting this bylaw sent forward, but actually seeing this, the Northeast Servicing come to fruition. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? We can go to vote for second reading. Thank you. That passed unanimously. Thank you. We can now go to third reading.
That bylaw 13/2026 be read a third and final time. No further.
Thank you very much. I would just like to add too that the federal funding obviously was designed for this. This is what we applied for. This is where the growth is anticipated, and being the first in the country to be recognized and receive it is a tremendous accomplishment by the city of St. Albert and the administration that put the work in to get this. So thank you very much for that. I don't know if you have any closing comments. If not, we can go to vote now, please. Thank you. And that passed unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Okay, don't everybody run off where it gets interesting. Moving to 12. I don't have any emergent items. Mr. Fletcher, do you have anything? No, perfect. Okay, we will start, try to briefly go through civic and external agency updates from our councillors, and I'll start with Councillor Patrick, if you would.
You never start on this side. I don't have any updates. We haven't met. Everyone's on summer break till September, so no update from me.
Perfect. Councillor McKay.
The only update from my committees is that Edmonton Salutes has dissolved based on a decision coming out of the Edmonton City Council. Currently, we're in discussions as to what will replace it. It will be most likely something run out of administration within the city of Edmonton. When I have a little bit more information, I'll bring it back to council and we can decide whether or not we want to be involved with any of their initiatives or if we want to do something ourselves in relation to recognizing the significant number of serving military members as well as veterans that currently live in our St. Albert home. And so it's really very still in the preliminary, so I really can't give you any more direct information other than the actual committee as it stood is no longer in place. And while Mr. Killick is here, I want to recognize all of his work that he did with Edmonton Salutes. And so I'm sure he's quite sad that it's going because it's there's certainly going to be a hole, but we could have an opportunity to fill that gap in some way. And we did contribute. I think we gave $10,000 a year. So now that's coming back. The remaining funds that have not been spent by the committee will be coming back into the city general revenue. And I guess we can use it to buy Canadian flags.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bermansky.
I don't have any further comments at this time. Thanks.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, so the audit committee met and we have agreed to or forwarded the next steps to the service place audit. So the operational audit will be happening probably sometime early next year. And so it's going out to tender. And the other thing we received a bunch of updates regarding what has been done to date towards the audits that have been completed and how it's been moving forward. So other than that, that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Kortash.
Thank you. Environmental Advisory Committee met and just had a tour of some of the new initiatives or newer initiatives along Red Willow Trail Northwest and the White Spruce Forest. Just an opportunity for members to get out and see some of the things that the city is working on. So lots of exciting things happening with the trail extension and replanting and whatnot, planting new trees around the White Spruce Forest, moving the osprey nest. If you haven't seen the osprey nest that the city and Fortis moved, that was quite an undertaking and pretty cool project. Saw the osprey last night with its baby and they're happy and healthy. So looks good. The Arts Development Advisory Committee met this week. Our city staff were looking for some direction in terms of where they should place their efforts for public art charters this year. And so a number of ideas were presented and the committee was able to give some feedback as to what the priorities should be for public art in our community this year. So that was exciting to see some of the opportunities on the horizon. And then just on a professional development perspective, I've signed up for the Shorefast Institute. So that came out of FCM. The Shorefast Institute is out of Newfoundland, Zeta Cobb, and designed around helping municipal leaders to rethink their economic development, their downtown, their sense of place. And so anyway, I've attended a few of those webinars and found them very, very inspirational. And so we'll continue to engage in those.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Seniors Committee doesn't meet until September, so nothing to update.
Thank you very much. I won't go through audit again. A couple of things. The MCMC group meets monthly, more conversation around regional collaboration. There were some discussions last week as well. There was a number of mayors and councillors down in Calgary for the Stampede, having more conversations of what things are going to look like, if you want to call it sub-regionally, you know, Edmonton and surrounding area, what we're doing to look at attracting defense funding and investment. The MCMC Summit is happening for the members as well as council. This happens every second year, I believe. It'll kick off September 16th, which is the evening after our State of the City. I sit on the subcommittee for planning for that. And then there is a meeting coming up, I believe it's next week, regarding the integrated fire paramedic service with the minister. So Mr. Fletcher and I will participate in that and start the conversation around what those next steps are going to look like with the province. That is all for my updates at this point. So thank you very much. All right, everybody good to keep going? Yeah, okay. We will go to 14 now, which is regarding 14.1, pardon me, Council Motion 26-023, the restoration of the Children's Theatre Program to youth actors when with regards to the notice given by Councillor Hughes. I will let you open it up.
Okay, that the Children's Theatre Program is restored back to exclusively open for actors who are 19 years of age or younger, and then any adult actors to be considered for separate community theatre performances.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for administration at this time before we? Yep, Councillor Mackay.
Sorry, when I looked at you, I thought you maybe were hitting your button. I guess just back to administration, and it was in the background, but just for clarity, and I'm not sure, Mr. Fletcher, if you've got anybody there, but I mean, the report makes it pretty clear and that adult participation isn't something that's recent, that it's been around for decades, I guess. So, and that alumni participation has also become very important. I just need some confirmation of that. I know we had a speaker say that in the presentation, but I want to confirm that through administration.
Yeah, thank you. I defer to Ms. Budd in terms of the timelines. I think she can confirm what you would have seen in the piece in terms of sort of the value prospect or the value judgment. I don't think at the end of the day that's kind of our spot on this. That would be up to the director and the staff that kind of work through that. Ms. Budd, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Mackay. You are right. The backgrounder did reference that adult participation has been part of the program for decades, starting with the introduction of St. Albert Children's Theatre, where adult actors were hired to participate in performances, to play those adult roles that required maybe the maturity or the skills to be able to help carry the ensemble cast, to really support the development of the youth that were participating in the program. As the program expanded into the 90s and early 2000s, there was an opportunity to invite alumni back or to continue to participate. So the shift went from paying actors to having that continued participation of previously youth children's theater participants. And then during the pandemic, as we shifted into our virtual presentation of children's theater and performing arts programming, we saw an increased ask from adult residents to participate in all aspects, including writing of scripts and being able to perform as well. And so we were able to shift to a broader participation beyond those who had participated in a previous St. Albert Children's Theater show, being able to to audition as adults, to just being open to the community for auditioning and participation.
Am I safe to say, though, that youth are still the primary focus of the program?
Yes, absolutely. They make up a significant component of our participation. Our youth participation in each performance has actually been increasing, the numbers that are included in each performance. And then we still have a youth-only performance that is included at our spring as part of Children's Festival, and a significant offering of youth-only classes as well.
Going back to having alumni or adult actors, even if they're not professional actors, as you started, are there advantages to the youth, like mentorship opportunities or experience opportunities? I know it was identified in the backgrounder, but is that something that is measurable, or something that you can even speak about, or is that just something that's more intrinsic?
I think there are specifics that we can talk about when it comes to adults participating in youth performances. And I think we can see overlaps with sports when there's an opportunity for an adult to come and participate, or a more established adult to come and participate, is being able to develop those safe relationships of respect and mentorship. The 40 key assets for development of youth identify having a safe adult, having safe mentorship, are some of the key components for success as young people are developing in our communities. And so it provides that opportunity to have adults modeling what it's like to show up for a team, work hard together, practice together, and build those skills. The one other sort of component of it is that some of the adults participating do not have the same level of experience as our youth. So the youth have that opportunity to teach their expertise, their skills to an adult, which from a confidence building leadership perspective, it's something that they have very few opportunities to experience elsewhere.
I'm sure that would be me. Do they have, my son was actively involved in summer theater camps. Do you still offer those summer theater group camps?
Yes, we do. In fact, my youngest child is in the ages 8 to 9 camp this week.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that we hadn't lost that primary focus on youth, even though we've extended it, it appears. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortez, please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm going to ask this question both of administration and probably Councillor Hughes. She can address it later when she's speaking to the motion. But the challenge I'm having with this, and I've already expressed that to Councillor Hughes, is the line between governance and operational issues here and service levels. So council's responsible for service level, council's responsible for service levels. And so there's probably some degree of service level built into this motion and the kind of service that we're providing to the community. But it also strikes me as a bit of an operational issue. So I don't know if administration's got any kind of feedback or comment on that. Is this a how does this relate to service levels? Maybe that's the question.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. I think you sort of hit the nail on the head, right, in terms of the programmatics. You know, how it sort of manifests itself and functions is fine within the parameters of the service level, right? And so ultimately, I think, you know, the question at hand, as I interpret the notice of motion, is, does that service level defined by the specific age band or age category, or is it more pervasive, right?
Okay, and so the service, I guess just to put a finer point, the service that's being provided, this isn't the right terminology. We're providing a program, we're subsidizing a theater program. That's the service level. And so the question becomes to what age group?
What form function of the program? That's correct.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there.
Counselor Hughes?
Thank you. These are, I think, repeated Elizabeth, Mr. Fletcher. So it mentions in the background that the number of teenagers is quite low. Has this number been consistent, or how has the numbers been changing over the years of how many teenagers are actually auditioning?
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. I'll ask Ms. Budd again to take the lead on that.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s till about 2005, what we saw was participation of youth starting at age 8 and 10 and continuing in the program right up until high school graduation. We saw a significant shift around that 2005, 2008 time period, where we saw a decrease in high school participants because of the need for summer jobs or additional jobs to pay for things, because of demands from school participation, other sports participation. We were hearing that there's an increased competition for scholarships, and so they needed to participate in other activities throughout their community to ensure they were building really strong resumes to help them with their post-secondary and career aspirations. So we just saw a shift in how people were participating. The older participants were doing shorter bursts with us if they joined at a later point, and the younger participants weren't staying through their entire sort of educational journey.
Okay, and that was in 2005, you said, when you started to see a shift?
Yes.
And that appears to be the same time as the alumni were being brought back in?
The alumni have been being brought back in since the early 90s.
Okay.
Before that, they were paid performers. We didn't have alumni yet.
Okay. And so since 2005, there's been no recovery in the number of teenagers?
No, there has not.
I see. Interesting. The other thing I'm wondering is the number of roles. There's lots of chorus roles. I've gone to every single performance in the past 13 years. So I've seen the transition. How many adults versus children have, I would call it, like moderate to key roles?
It really depends on the performance, like on the production that is picked. Janice Flower, who is our performing arts coordinator, works to pick a show that will allow the greatest amount of opportunities for youth participation. At times, we'll identify if there is a need for adult performers or participation. And then we'll also be looking at it as to what the appeal to an audience would look like as well, because part of the development opportunity is that performance for the public, and performing for a sold out audience versus an empty theater is a very different experience. So the shows that are picked to be produced, to recap, that is considering how many youth can participate, where there's potential for adult inclusion, and what audience uptake and demand would look like from a ticket sales perspective.
So in the past couple of years, What would we say the division is?
Percentage wise?
Maybe 20%.
20% children or 20%?
For adult participation.
Is that an overall or with the key roles?
Oh, that's overall.
Okay, because I mean, the children form the bulk of the chorus and sometimes there's 30 kids on the stage. So if there's 50 performers and then you're saying 20%, that would be 10 adults.
We are, sorry if you don't mind, we are seeing participation of 6 to 10 adults in some of our larger productions, but we do have significant adult participation in the chorus as well.
But do they, are they exclusively in the chorus? I don't remember seeing any adults that were exclusively in the chorus.
I do believe Miss Mann, who spoke earlier, has had a chorus role and not a lead role in ELF, I believe.
Okay, so we are seeing occasionally adults just in the chorus.
Absolutely.
But the majority of the time I'm seeing them in more key roles.
There are only 3 leads per show.
I can't speak to that specifically. I would say there's usually only 2 to 3 leads per performance, and that we work to for those key roles. We do look to include youth as much as we can. It's possible that adults stand out within some of the roles that they play.
Another question is the understudies. So do the understudies ever get to perform if the person who's originally cast unless that person gets injured or something, does the understudy ever get to actually perform on the stage?
No, unless there's a reason for them to fill in.
I guess, and I'm just wondering, because this isn't my program, but I'm just curious, like why we aren't doing like a line A and a line B and then letting the understudies have at least one performance. What was it? Has there ever been discussions about that?
Specifically, we would have to look at increasing the budgetary costs associated with that. It often means increasing the costumes that are available to be able to do that full production experience.
Wouldn't they need to have costumes outfitted anyway in case that person got hit by a bus on the way down? Like you'd have to have costumes for the understudies regardless.
We would have pieces for the understudies, of course, but the experience of announcing before a show that a piece is being played by somebody else or that the understudy is performing does give us a little bit more room to have only elements of the costume being utilized or some aspects being pulled into the production, as opposed to the duplication of all of the participants.
Okay, just as an aside, I would definitely be interested in knowing how much money you'd require to let the understudies also do a performance going forward. But that's not the debate for today. That's it for questions. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. How many performances per year, give or take, that we would have?
11 in the winter, 7 in the spring.
We produce 11 performances in the winter and 7 in the spring.
And do you have an idea of how many go from whether it's understudy into a performer actor role, then go into leadership mentorship roles?
I wouldn't be able to give you a specific example of that happening, although I'm sure that there are examples. At the same time, it's not the potential of all individuals that participate in children's theater, whether they're youth or adults, actually being cast in a lead role. The probability is low because of the sheer number of participants in comparison to the number of leads that are available.
And lastly, if we were to actually segregate between youth and adult, do we have the capacity and the space to support different programming like that in the year?
I would suggest that we have the space to be able to do that and the capacity. We have access to instructors and production personnel. It's the budget that would be required to support that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for my questions. I don't see any other questions from council. So we can accept it. And I would look to Councillor Hughes to open for debate, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that adults should not have a role in the community programming. My motion specifically states that there's an accommodation for adults in a community theater performances. So this is not to say children only and the adults have no other venues. In fact, this would actually provide a greater opportunity for adults to have greater roles because they would be an entire performance where the majority of those people would be adults in the performances as opposed to just a small percentage. However, I've been in this community theater program since it started as a summer program in the 1980s, because I've been here just a little bit longer than dirt. And I know that the intention back then was just for people who are high school and younger. That was the entire thing. Marilyn Ryan started it. She's an amazing woman. And the intention was to help really develop and explore children and youth's abilities to really learn in the fine arts, take on those responsibilities and become all that they can be through these programs. And then somewhere in this, it started to slip away into that intention of just keeping it to just high school and younger. And the alumni started coming back and then it started to expand further. And I've heard from parents, I've sat in every single one of these performances and our family goes every single year. And trying to remember here, about 3 years ago, I had some parents that were behind me and they had children that were in it. And I said, what are they doing? And they said that they had a very small role and then they were in the chorus. And they mentioned how they were disappointed because their child wanted to actually pursue musical theater at the post-secondary and yet didn't have the opportunity to get those larger roles and were frustrated about that there were adults in the chorus. Now, would she have gotten that role? I don't know. I have no idea, but I do know that there were roles that were given to adults that time. And at the time, I also thought it was outside of our control of being able to actually have this discussion. And then as the years have progressed, the past couple of years, I'm just seeing more and more adults and older adults going into it. And I think it's great if you're older and you want to participate, that's great. But at the same time, the intention of this program was to develop youth and children in this program. And I do know that the resident came in and had quite a few comments for me today, and I didn't want to really get into it this morning, but I never said that they stole roles, but they are being given to other people that are not youth. So what I would love to see is that the adults have their own theater performance. We had an adult-only performance in the Children's Festival, which still seems like an odd place to place it, but nonetheless, we had an adults-only performance, and then we had the children's performance. And I just think that the children's theater at Christmas time should also respect that. And so if there's the opportunity and the demand to have a community theater performance at Christmas or otherwise, I'm open to that. But I want the children's theater performances to be exclusively for children. That's why I put this forward. And I put 19 or under because sometimes you're in high school and you're still 19 and I didn't want to penalize somebody because of their birth date and how it rolled around. But that was really the intention behind this. We've received several emails from residents that have asked directly to me. And then I said, do you want me to share this? And they said, yes, but please don't include our names because they were concerned about retaliation. We've had emails where people have said, I have gone forward and talked to, I'm not sure if it was staff or the board, and said that they had concerns about it and that it basically didn't change anything. So I understand there's people who may love having the adults there. I can tell you that I was in it for many years and children can play adult roles. Youth can play all of them. And the adults that were there to support. They were there for stage direction. They were there for props. They were there for choreography, but they were not there to take the spot on the stage. And there's so few opportunities when you're at that age to really explore this and get to know it, so few. And I don't want to take that away from the opportunity for every single youth to be able to get there. I don't know why since 2005 the numbers are lower. There's got to be a better reason than just they're looking for scholarships, quite frankly. I think that if we reopened it and made it exclusive and said, hey, you can go back in and it's for under 19, they thought they got a good shot. I think there'll be more people that do actually audition for it. So when I look at all of this, I just think that the intention of this program, and I realized it was a long time ago, but the intention of the program was exclusively for children and youth. And I would like to just get back to that origin and back to the integrity of what it began with, as opposed to making the children's theater a community theater. I think the community theater should be its own separate branch, and that allows adults in all of their fruition to do it. And if there's an age-appropriate role for a child, then obviously it would be considered, but not necessary. And then the children's theater can really focus on getting those children and be able to develop those skill sets. And yeah, we have other programs. I hear that. But this entire program was meant for that. And I think that when you go to a children's theater program, it should say children's theater, and there should be people under 18 in that role, as opposed to saying we're putting alumni in. I understand that the alumni rule may be that, it's a difficult thing to let go because it's such a positive program. So sometimes you just want to keep going even though you're past that age group. But if we have another community theater performance, they have another venue that they can actually explore their talents in that one instead. So that's the intention behind this. This is not at all to be derogatory towards adults. Or anything else the matter. This is just about recognizing that a children's theater should be a children's theater, and the community theater should allow people of all ages, especially adults, to explore their skill set in that area. And I think that division needs to occur, as opposed to just trying to put two into one program. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting Councillor Hughes's motion. The St. Albert Children's Theatre was established in 1981 with a clear purpose to provide children and youth with opportunities to develop confidence, leadership, creativity, teamwork, and a lifelong appreciation for the performing arts. Those values remain just as important, if not more important today, as they were when the program began. For many children, this is their first experience performing before an audience. The opportunity to earn a meaningful role builds confidence, develops skills, and inspires them to continue participating in the arts. Those opportunities should belong to our young people. Our city funds the St. Albert Children's Theatre. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having a dedicated children's theater. In fact, a program designed specifically for children provides age-appropriate learning, encourages creativity, builds confidence, and gives young people the opportunity to develop their skills in an environment created just for them. This motion is not about excluding adults or diminishing their contributions. Adults have an important role as directors, mentors, volunteers, musicians, and supporters. I encourage my colleagues to support Councillor Hughes's motion and reaffirm our commitment to investing in the children and young people of St. Albert. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Hugh's intent to protect the opportunities for young performers. I think supporting youth in the arts is something we all value, and that's to be lauded. However, after reviewing administration's report, I'm satisfied that youth remain the primary focus of this program. The evidence to me shows that there are already several youth exclusive opportunities within our community. These include the spring production we've been told about and the summer theater camps that my family's been able to participate in. Not me, but other members of my family. The current model that is run by administration appears to strike a reasonable balance by maintaining youth-focused programming while allowing adults to participate where I believe it strengthens the productions and meets community demand. The report also makes it very clear that the adult participation is not a recent departure from the program. Adults have been involved in children's theater productions for decades, including the program's earliest years, and alumni participation has brought an important part of the program's history and added value. So we talked in why I questioned around the opportunity for mentorship, and I think that that's always a strong point in any time when you're involving youth. The opportunity to develop confidence, stage skills, and professionalism will only benefit everyone and as the youth grow. So I guess I'm going to be supporting administration's recommendation that we maintain the current service level. I believe it still preserves our youth's opportunity. It reflects the program's long-standing history. It supports mentorship and community participation, and it gives staff the flexibility they need to deliver successful productions based on the participants who actually register each year. And I'm just going to close. I just worry of the consequences if council starts to get involved in program service delivery. This is totally different than determining when we're going to cut grass or when are we going to deliver another level of service in our community. To me, this is really starting to move into a little bit of scope creep between governance and administration. And I just worry that if we start this, will there be other situations that may give rise to council perhaps going in? And I recognize that this is council's ability to do, but I just worry that this really starts to open up some consequences that I don't think we should be involved with.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick, please go ahead.
Thank you. I fully support creating spaces for our youth performers, but I think that eliminating adult participation will overlook how vital mentorship and intergenerational collaboration are to what is currently a very successful theater program. I am a very strong believer in mentorship, and we heard it from a lot of people today and a few emails about how important it is in this program. Theater thrives on teamwork, and every single participant, regardless of their age or their role, contributes to its success. And the St. Albert Children's and Community Theater offer a combination of both youth-centered and youth and adult-centered productions. I strongly feel that we should trust the experiences and the knowledge of the personnel who are currently on the ground running this program to meet the needs of our community. And I urge council to support administration's recommendation to maintain the current model.
Thank you. Councillor Cortesh, please go ahead.
I love that we breezed through an $88 million borrowing bylaw and then we're talking theater performances here. Well, my vote's up for grabs. We'll see where the closing goes here. I appreciate the spirit of the motion you brought forward. I have to admit, when I saw the production this past November, I was a bit taken aback at the number of adults in the program. Admittedly, I haven't been to a children's theater performance in probably since, or at least that many since the early 2000s. But I've spent the last 24 years watching some pretty robust high school productions at the high schools that I've taught at, and so maybe that was my expectation going in, and was I was quite surprised to see the number of adults in the production. And for me, it took away from what I thought I was going to see. It took away from the performance, the children's theater production. So I understand where this is coming from. I understand that it may be taking away opportunities for youth, but I keep coming back to whether this is our responsibility or not, whether this is operational, whether this is service level. So that's where I'm stuck, Councillor Hughes. I'm going to use the grass cutting analogy. I was Councillor Mackay. So yeah, we set service levels. We set the service. Okay, grass is going to be this long, or we're going to mow every couple of weeks, whatever the service. I mean, it's such a simple example. But then we don't identify how they should cut the grass, right? We're going to set the service level. Grass needs to be a certain length, but not tell admin how. And the way I'm sort of looking at this right now is that we want to provide a service level. We want to provide theater opportunities for our residents. We want to provide theater opportunities for adults. We want to provide theater opportunities for youth. And I think that's fair. And I think that's laudable. I think we should be providing theater opportunities for both. Now, how we do that, I'm not sure I'm comfortable or qualified to dictate how we do that. And so we've got a report from administration, from the experts. We've received emails to the same point saying that this should be, that we can do this together. And we heard Ms. Budd identify some of the reasons why we might want to deliver this service in conjunction as part of a community theater program rather than children's theater program. So that's sort of where I'm stuck is do we dictate service levels? So yes, youth and adult theater opportunities, but do we dictate how? And I feel like if we go down this road, it's maybe not a governance issue. So that's where I'm stuck. And I think, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Councilor Bermansky, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Cortash. I'm going to try and earn your vote in favor of this motion. The reason that I will be supporting this is the chain of events that happened in the last several months. And one of them, again, in speaking to the individual who spoke to council today, was when, it was questioned why a adults only performance at a children's theater. Well, I still really never got an answer to that question. And additionally, it was a little bit further on. I keep getting more and more comments from parents regarding, their role in the children's theater and how they've went through disheartening days, of expectations and such. And I mean, I don't fully understand that, but I'm trying to find balance of, providing that opportunities for the adults in the communities, as well as protecting the roles and the abilities and the learning experiences for children. And I mean, the alumni coming back is one thing, but to have them in a regular role, or when it was mentioned to the that someone had left and they've aged out and then they came back. Well, if we have another group, they can open their wings to a group of adults instead of coming back to that same group again. So I see the division as a great thing, as well as a finding balance between the two. And then secondly, it was just the fact of getting the name change of the group just by email. And I think, we brought up some questions of why is this happening and why is this going on, and how do we answer the public? How do we answer the parents, the children, and endorse adult actors as well? And realistically, we just got a name change, which kind of didn't sit well for us being able to explain anything to adult actors, to parent actors. And I attend every performance. I was even at that adult performance. And I mean, it's, I praise everything that you do, but I would like to see that just more of a mentorship role in the children's theater to accommodate all those complaints I have from parents and children that haven't been, I guess, addressed yet. And I would like to see the adult performers be able to grow beyond just the children's theater. So I find that Councillor Hughes's motion, although deciphering it was difficult at this time, I think it's the best of both worlds. And it's just an offer to administration to guide us a service that could be better. It's not us dictating a service by any means. So at this point, I'll support Councillor Hughes' motion and hope that we are making better for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to closing, I'll just add a few things. I did, obviously, we all were given the opportunity to go through some of the feedback from the community. There were some comparables that I found not relevant when we're talking about the comparison with youth sports. I don't see the relevance when we're talking about theater and the impact that it would have. I think, the arts in this community should be supported. I don't disagree that, the youth, if they find that passion for the arts and theater, there should be opportunity to pursue it. But I don't necessarily like the divisiveness without a solution for those that may find the passion for the arts later and then age out and not have the opportunity to continue that passion, or if they find it after 19 years old. So although I firmly believe we should be supporting youth on a whole bunch of different programs, arts and otherwise, until there's a solution put forward for those that would then be excluded, I guess I'm on the fence on how to potentially support this. I think the goal here is to find the right mix and allow individuals at any age that are participating in the performing arts or musical arts that they can pursue that and be supported. And we have the right mix of individuals when it comes to those performances. It's there for so many different levels, mental health, professional growth, personal growth, building friendships and relationships, mentorship opportunities. And I wouldn't want to, exclude individuals from that opportunity until we have something that they could move into that would be equivalent to continuing that passion. So I'm torn with this because I certainly, as a parent of father of young kids, you wouldn't want to see them not have the opportunity. But then maybe that means we just need to provide more opportunities and invest more in the performing arts or in the arts in our community to allow for those that want to pursue it, that they have the option to do so. So I'll leave it to closing, pardon me, and try to figure out which way I want to go, but that's kind of it for my commentary at this time. Thank you.
I can close? Great. So I don't sure if everyone's reading the full motion, and then they're just reading the first half. Because it says for the adults are considered in separate community theater performances, which means that we will have because it says it's been renamed Children's and Community Theater. So there will be a community theater performance, which will allow people of all ages, especially adults, to be able to actually, which is something that they've never had. So what I'm seeing here, if you really look at it, let's just look at the whole picture here, is that we had adults that really wanted to be still participating, but there was no venue or outlet for them to do so. As a result, we started allowing them more and more into the children's theater. And then basically now it's just a set figure that there's many key roles that are now going just to adults. But if we actually just separated it out and said there's a community theater, this is for adults, and there's a children's theater and it's specifically for children, we now have an opportunity for the children's theater to be hold intact as it was originally. And we actually have a venue that they've never had before for adults to be able to participate wholeheartedly as adults and work as adults in this performance. So this is not about excluding. This is actually about recognizing that adults are looking for a venue to be able to hone their craft and that they don't have to do it within the confines of the children's theater, that they can do it in a separate performances that would be specifically to allowing even more adults to participate in our fine art programs. So this is not at all about excluding. This is actually just about allowing more to do it in a proper venue. As far as the service delivery goes, this is a service delivery because all the participants are paying money in order to participate. So they're paying the city. Even if you get cast, you're paying the city to do this, which means that we're providing a service to not only the people watching, but also the people participating. The decision in 2005 or whenever it happened was done without any consultation to council. There's been no further discussion that I'm aware of, at least, to actually further disclose or discuss. It went from 18 to 24 to now endless ages to change this. And I think that what should have happened is that there should have been a discussion quite some time ago to council saying, hey, we actually think that there's some demand and support for a community theater of all ages, as opposed to just agreeing to put more in the children's theater. And does council support that? But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And the solution was sort of pigeonholed into place. So this is a service delivery. As far as saying this is going to be some kind of rabbit hole, I'm not intending to go through every single service level. And I quite frankly, I'm insulted that you think I would. The reason that I brought this forward is because I'm seeing the children and families that are afraid to speak out say, we would really just love to have it where people who are that age group can participate. And when you put somebody who's an adult in a spot which could have been held for a 14 to 17-year-old or 13-year-old, that person does not get that opportunity, whereas the older person now got that opportunity twice. So there's always there's going to be a cost here on this. If we actually say that the children we're going to put adults in there because it's an age appropriate, because it happens to be a senior in the thing or something like that, and then they put that person in there. Whereas we both know that there could be children that participate and they perform as adults. And quite frankly, it's cute. That's what you expect. That's what you come when you say it's a children's theater, that's what you expect. Now, if we come and say, now we also have a community theater performance, then the audience is expecting to see a lot more adult participation. So then it actually meets the roles, the expectations of that particular audience. So this is why I brought it forward, is because I want to have a spot for the adults, but especially I want to have a spot for the kids. So they don't, those roles, whether it's 10 roles out of 50 that are important roles, that this could have been a huge opportunity for somebody in their teens or sometimes even younger to play that role. And I don't care if it's the best person ever. I care about the opportunity that gave that person in that role. And when we go to the children's theater, we're not expecting it to be Broadway, but we're expecting it to be well done, and we're expecting it to be youth and children. So when I look at this, we have that it was renamed without even talking to council to Children's and Community Theater. And I'm leaving it at that because I would like to be clear that we'll allow something to happen in the community theater. We had an adults only performance. We've had children's only performances. I'd like to just keep that division going even for the Christmas division. That's what we're talking about here. So, and I don't necessarily think it has to be an adults only performance, but it can be adults majority. And if it ends up being adults only, that's fine. I'm not trying to determine what goes on here. I'm just trying to figure out if we can keep that children's theater and give those limited opportunities. There's one thing to be at a children's camp, and there's another thing to be on the stage with a sold out audience for 11 episodes and have that level of responsibility on your shoulders. It's two totally different programs. And I don't want the kids that had that opportunity to lose it because we're not acknowledging that we actually need a separate division for adults and community theater. So that is what I'm hoping to achieve here today, is that we can keep the children's theater what it was before, and somehow it morphed into something totally different. I can tell you that when I was, when God Was a Boy and I was in it, I was in it for several years. I didn't have any key roles. I didn't get any of the key roles. So this isn't like I'm trying to perform my own thing here. But regardless of, and initially, just so you know, they had a team A and a team B. Everybody got to participate. There wasn't an understudy. Everybody got to be in it. And you didn't have to even audition. You just got to say you're up to it. And then they had to figure out how to make it work. And they made it work every single year. And then eventually it turned to auditions only. And now it's gone to auditions only. And we have different types of categories even beyond that. So I know that it can be an amazing performance with people under 19. And anybody who would think that otherwise, I think, is doubting the skills of our youth. So I'd like to see that come forward. And then I've included right in there, separate community performances to accommodate those who are above the 19, who have aged out, who still would like to participate in the theater. So in my opinion, this is a win-win. I understand that some people may have misinterpreted the motion and have taken it a different way. But instead of trying to push adults into what was until a month ago described as the children's theater, let's put the children in the children's theater and the adults in the community theater. That's the intention. Thank you.
Might as well get on with it. We'll call to a vote, please. That motion at this time has failed 4-3 with myself, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Cortesh, Councillor Patrick against, Councillor Bermancy, Clark and Hughes in favor. That concludes council motions. We'll move to 15. I don't believe there are any IRs. However, there is a notice of motion, and I will move that to Councillor Hughes at this time. Thank you.
That the city acquire banners on Veterans Way that follow a Canadian and Veterans theme, although I think I should change it to Canadian and Canadian military theme, that are displayed when the Legion banners are not displayed. For a capital cost of, please provide that to be funded from the stabilization reserve.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have any announcements. I don't have anybody on the list, so I would look for a motion to move us to section 16, which is in camera dialogue with council and the chief administrative officer. Councillor Clark, thank you.
That council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 29(1)A of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. We go to vote, please. That passed unanimously. We'll now move in camera. Thank you.
Jaden, can you